Anyway, I started blasting. All right.
Yeah. All right.
I'll just roll into this. I'll actually hit the stream marker here so I have a good idea. Hi, I'm Kios Little Monster. We're going to be doing Final Fantasy 15 any percent today with the option for no ring. 3, 2, 1, and go. Hey, Alphena, you want to introduce yourself so we can kind of get our cadence going here?
I never want to introduce myself even when we do
You are
this thing.
such a pain when it comes to that, I tell you.
Yeah, I kind of am.
Do I need to do this for you?
I'll let you.
Nah, not really. Oh. But hey, welcome to Final Fantasy 15. This is a loud moment in the game. Every time we set this run up, people are like, hey, can you go into the game? And I'm like, yeah, but just don't judge the audio off of this scene because it is incredibly loud. Our friend Yoko Shimomura, yeah. Yoko Shimomura likes this scene very much a lot, to be very loud.
It's probably twice as loud as the rest of the game.
Yeah, to be honest, like what I generally do if people are really adamant about it is I just I honestly have thrown a limiter on it to just kind of lock my audio to never go higher than that on the capture card.
Before he strikes again.
All right. So into the intro, we are introduced to 4 very attractive young gentlemen. And apparently they're fighting someone that's on fire. It's not a very pretty looking scene. But instead, I'll give you a cover song by Florence and the Machine, and we'll push a car for a little bit. I've never done this before. Bubba, what is that face? Oh no, the cat. Bubba, you let the cat get gravied. Pam is not to butter any of her coworkers. Can't believe she buttered.
I need exact change only. Here's $5. I said exact change only. Payers $50. What part of exact change don't you understand?
So what?
You guy. I'm gonna call the cops on your ass. I'll fuck you in the face.
I'm still driving down the road. Yo, thank you for the dono. Let's see what crazy things do I have to read here.
Not exactly a fairy tale beginning, huh, Prince Noctis?
Did it not work? Is everything? Oh wait, is that you on the back end, Alphena?
No, I don't have access to any of it.
Just hope this
Oh,
isn't some
'cause
omen.
Gladio, do me a favor.
Stream Elements didn't update. All right, let me dig. One of you is getting in
Caleb
absolute
is,
trouble.
Won't even notice if we
testing the donation tracker.
Pronto.
One of
Don't
you
even think
is
about
going to
it.
make me do my actual job as a streamer, and I do not appreciate
Nah,
that.
we just switched back there.
And it's
Yo,
his turn.
Cinemar, thank you for donating $5. Testing fake donation tracker. Kappa.
Easy there, tough
All right.
Any luck?
First time donator from Brazil.
Hold the phone. Is it just me?
It's literally you.
Assure you.
It is literally you. Right there. Caught in 4K.
Next door.
Looks that way on a map of the world.
Yeah, thank you though, homie. Hope you're having a terrific time. Welcome back to streaming. I know you took a little bit of a break, but thanks for joining us tonight as we do some commentary for Final Fantasy 15 as we push the car. Oh, by the way, got new art. It is up in the merch store if you're interested. I just put it on a long sleeve shirt because it's really comfy. Shout outs to Orbitals. Doing terrific work. Anyway, now that we've properly introduced the game as Final Fantasy 15, it'll be the time where I pop quiz Alphena on the menu that she doesn't know, and she'll just be like, I don't know. Happens every time.
You'd think that I would stop and learn the menu, and I think we also both know that I'm useless on menus without notes.
Yeah, true.
But I'm great
updated.
at every other mechanic you want to talk about.
I'm pretty sure I updated the notes. If not, I'll get around to it. The video tutorial is correct, though. For those that are interested in learning this, definitely check out the video tutorial. But anyway, we'll talk to Cindy. We already have a map, but she'll give us a better map, I guess. And we're just kind of giving a little introduction to the people around us, the weapons vendor. Hammerhead for the first couple of chapters is kind of going to serve as like the main hub if you ever need to go back anywhere. We have a diner, we have the service station for the Gallia. Unfortunately for us, the car is a bit broken down, so we're going to have a conversation with Cindy here to see about how we can get it fixed. As it turns out, her pawpaw is a little bit angry with us because he knows our dad. But we'll do our first menu here after talking to Gladio. We'll get introduced. I'm going to equip items here, and I'll explain them as we go along. They will be pretty important to our loadout. We're also going to go into the Ascension menu, which is your standard skill tree, and grab Chained Fury, which basically allows us to do, as we do more consecutive hits, we do more damage. The items that we have equipped on Noctis, first the accessory, the Key of Prosperity, which is going to give us more drops for more money and to make the run faster. I've already equipped the Mage Mashers here. And you'll notice the movement. I'm going to talk about the movement for the first time early. The fastest movement in the game that is not a car or a warp strike is jumping. We'll be jumping for the next 4+ hours. Not sure why, it's just the way it works. It's 10% faster. You also see our main weapon damage is done by the Ragnarok. You want to take over?
I'm just saying we're mostly going to be jumping. There's going to be other movement like Warp Strike.
Yeah, like Warp Strike. The last bit of kit that I have equipped here is the Blazefire Saber, which I just showing off down there. We don't actually use that for battle at all. The only reason I have it in here is because it gives us a bit more MP in our MP pool. And maybe, just maybe, you are wondering about the outfit we have on. Noctis is trying out for the Sentai. I mean, oops, can't say that. We'll get a cease and desist. Noctis is trying out for the Power... Oh, no, can't say that one either. Bandai Namco is going to shut this stream down. This is the Magitek Exo Suit. It was provided in patch update, I believe, 1.13, concurring with the episode Gladio.
Then we head for Golden Key.
1.4? It might be 1.14. What it does is makes us invulnerable in combat for a total of, I believe, 20 or 30 minutes. I'm always wrong. It doesn't matter. There's more than enough time. Yeah, I always end up with more than enough time. So that is that. I believe that cleared everybody. Not bad. 712. Whew. The ground is lava. Basically, the big thing is so you'll notice I was also jumping and attacking. The reason we do that is to prevent things like blindside and blindside links. While they do incredible amounts of damage, they screw with the camera a little bit, and they also slow us down in general, like really badly.
Old shack.
Alphena, I'm gonna go get Dave.
Got it. We'll take a look.
Good. I like Dave.
Dave's a good guy. Dave Abernathy, everybody. I think I actually covered pretty much everything so far. You got any background notes, or did I miss anything? I forgot what I equipped the other boys with, if you want to talk about that.
No, because I don't ever remember what we put on them.
It is the warrior something or other and the tacticians something or other. Basically, you get graded on like 3 criteria after every battle. And we have it set so that the ones that we pretty much always get A's in, we get an extra AP point at the end of battle. My goal is to try and get as much AP as quickly as possible. I will pretty much always get the same abilities every run, but I try and get a lot of it early so I can get Warp Factor 2 Chapter 6, because it does save us a bit of time. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm running a little bit behind, but that's also maybe because I've been running my mount.
You tend to run a little behind.
I always run behind on commentary. Well, it's not horrible, though. 51 isn't great, but it's, like, acceptable.
Yeah.
Hey, who's out there?
Hey, what's up, Crimson? How are you? Yeah, feel free to interact as usual. Like, I'm still scanning chat for, like, if y'all have questions or you just want to talk about the run, talk about the day. We got all sorts of weird things to talk about today. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Extraction was released. I know that was pretty hot on Twitch today.
As always, there's always plenty of downtime in a Final Fantasy 15 run. Have chats.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna go as far as I can before we bring up food or Formula One today.
That puppy to rest
Okay.
for me.
What's up, Baba? Nah.
Yeah, we'll take care of it.
Anyway, there's Dave. He was basically telling us we got to go get us a
Let's get
handsome,
ready to
healthy
get some
barman.
tail.
And we'll get our first instance of magic here. A lot of people not really understanding how the magic system works in this game and why it has an insane cooldown. Don't worry, we'll show you. We're gonna abuse a lot of magic. I don't know why I did that with Ragnarok, but all's well that ends well. We also equipped a new outfit here. It is my snazzy tuxedo, the Royal Raiment, which also gives us a larger MP pool. And if you'll notice, our MP regen is quite rapid. Basically just using that so I can perform the first skip of the game, which we just did. Probably didn't notice it. Alphena, you want to tell them about Ignis skip?
Over there. That's it, right?
The beautiful thing about
That's a duel.
pretty much every skip that we're gonna do in this game is that we know we did it right when nothing happens.
Pretty darn simple.
So
What?
normally when you're going through that spot, Ignis will stop you and be like, hey, don't you think we should rest? You know, we've been doing a lot of stuff, and we're like, you know, I don't really want to because this is a speedrun. And you just cost me a lot of time because you stopped to have this conversation where I have to tell you no.
It's like 15, 20 seconds. It's awful.
So instead, we really want to not have that conversation. So by basically tripping Iggy up on train,
Rude.
we don't have to have that conversation.
So that's very unfortunate. I got the quick cast off, which was really nice, but Dual Horn stepped away at the last second. One of my favorite complaints about this speedrun is, oh, you just use Ragnarok for all the warp strike damage. Not actually true, realistically. We don't use it as often as you think we do. But warp striking in this game can miss very, very easily. So there's a lot of calculations and a lot of timing that goes into actually connecting with your target. So for me, I'm running probably about 5 to 6 seconds behind where I'm comfortable. And to be honest, this could be a really bad thing. I could lose up to an additional 10 to 15 seconds based on trafficking. Yes, I'm that ridiculous about it. 12:01.
Traffic patterns in this game are completely dependent on how long you've been in game.
Yeah, it's really, really rough.
And
I couldn't even keep one.
because we want to manipulate like where we're at on the road and different things like that you'll see here shortly. If the cars aren't in the patterns that we expect them to be in, it can cause us to have to stop and adjust and lose time. In other categories, you can even end up in trouble because you're trying to go head on head with the car going the other way down a one-way road.
Yep. There will be a lot of manual driving in this game. To be honest, people are like, oh, it's a driving simulator. We're really not in the car that much. And pretty much every time I have the ability to, I will manually drive the car. The car only goes at a set speed, so the only way to make driving faster is to just physically travel a shorter distance. Which means I will be using both lanes pretty much whenever I feel like I can get away with it.
And there's 3 main forms of quick travel in this game. Number 1 that you've already seen us use is return to rest point. Now, we hadn't actually rested there in Hammerhead, but it kind of gives you a default starting location.
Everything in order? Yep.
To allow you to do that. Next is we're going to be able to return to our car. So wherever we park the car is going to be very important. And lastly,
Hammerhead is like no garage ever.
Or we can use the car to quick travel to somewhere we've already
to the crown.
Which is nice.
I'll miss it once this road trip's over with.
There's no reason.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. The only kind of really long segment where we have like an extended period of driving and I don't control anything is Chapter 6, but it's story related. So I can understand why it's kind of locked in. I'm gonna go semi-risky here. I can kind of correct if I need to. I'm gonna have to correct very, very gently. We're gonna lose more time. There was really nothing I could do about that, to be honest. If I went too far right, I would have made that turn and it would have been a straight up disaster. That's okay. I really don't expect 2 PB on this. But we'll do our first bit of shopping here. That Mega Elixir I picked up on the top of the rock. Yeah, that's right. There is one of the best healing items in the game about 100 feet from where you first start. We're gonna sell all of our ingredients. Oh, wow, those drops are bad. All of our cooking ingredients, all of our drops, all of our fishing tackle gear, unfortunately. I'm gonna buy myself 99 sheep's milk, a very thirsty boy with a heavy need for calcium, 2 choco beans, and 2 sweet peppers. One of the very important things in this game is the concept of camping, and you collect ingredients and put them together to make food buffs. And that's part of the reason that Ignis stops you very early. Knowing that you may not understand how the magic works in this game and may not equip fire, the game at least gives you a small chance, like, hey, do you want to get these really awesome food buffs? All you got to do is rest. Oh, by the way, you'll get your experience tallies here too. So it's like a little level up, full heal, and buff spot all in one, which makes this game very comfortable for first timers.
And so, mentioning on the experience tallies, so right now our experience are only going to tally, we gain experience from all of these fights, but we're only going to actually tally it to level up, either at the end of a chapter or when we rest.
Yep.
There are a few points that the game forces us to rest that are not end of chapters, but it's very important, especially when you're doing the level 1 run, to be very aware of when those level ups are going to happen.
For our next story, Lady Freya of Tenebrae has issued an official statement.
All right, question from the chat. Why don't we use the Ring of Kings? Actually, we do. I will be pitching this as an any percent submission, with one of the donation incentives to be the no ring variant of the run. I think it's a good way to pitch it, because any percent theoretically should be faster and has the capability to be faster, but I feel like no ring allows us to showcase some of our technical abilities a bit more and a bit more precisely. Handling the Ravis fight, if I get like the optimal scenario, is really, really, really cool in my opinion. I think it absolutely takes a really good runner to kind of read his active battle patterns and see what's going on with that fight. Anyway, I've been talking way too, like the only rough thing about this game is there's just so much to explain right off the bat. So what I'm gonna do instead is, if it's okay with chat, I'm just gonna park the car here and take a nap. We'll pick this back up tomorrow. I've been Keos Little Monster, Alphena joining on comms. Thank you so much for having us. We'll pick this back up tomorrow.
We're here.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We got free time.
Yeah, I got free time tomorrow too. Yeah, I'm definitely about like 10 seconds behind where I want to be, but you know me, I'd normally reset whenever we whiff on Bloodhorn. So it is what it is there. So the game's going to introduce you to the cooking stuff. There are no battles that I'm planning on fighting for the rest of the chapter here, so I don't really care what food we eat. So we have some flame-broiled toast. The game will introduce the camera mechanic. That won't be important at all, guaranteed.
Ever taken a view like this?
Yeah, I'm about...
Oh, but...
Nature's
yeah, about 5-6 seconds behind where I want to be. Not a bad recovery so far.
Well,
Yo, thanks to Luck D. Hey, I did some of the stuff on PC last night, and it's definitely a bit different. I might need your help if I'm gonna start doing this on console, though. Because I don't have the option to set, like, the FPS on console unless I'm losing it. Yeah, I just need to know exactly where to go, to be honest. The best thing that would help is just screenshot exactly where you're supposed to do your warp strikes. I almost got into the Deadeye area, but I don't think I warped through all the way, or it spotted me somewhere differently, unfortunately.
Nobody goes to Galden for an island, though. They go to kick back and get massages.
Can't say with the seafood. It's famously delicious. Sounds great.
Something to look forward to.
High and Prey. Ugh. Yeah, I would probably run it on PC. I just need help knowing where I'm going. One of these days, I'll just drag you in here and oversight.
taking a walk on the
Yeah, I tried to do it with one. I assume I know where they are, thankfully. Oh, I gotta fix my captions already. But anyway, another interesting mechanic there, I manually parked the car, which is probably one of the other big time saves when it comes to driving. Ignis, being the proper gentleman that he is, loves to really just kind of square up the car and park it nice and straight. And at Golden Key, he backs into the parking space, and I gotta tell you, it loses some pretty hefty time. Oh no, it's totally fine. Like, do not feel bad interfering with the commentary. Like, I like keeping it fast and loose like this, because pretty much every marathon commentary that I do, we interact with chat. So I leave it open for questions. If you have like fake donations you want me to read or anything weird like that, now's the total time to do it.
Man, not a ship in sight. What gives?
Till next time, then.
Yeah, which is really easy because I don't think I have any current marathon runs of this with all the new strats attached to it and such. Who's my favorite boy? I love Prompto. The first time I ran this game for a marathon, I cosplayed Prompto, and it was really cute.
Pleasure. The Crown Prince Elixir bounty hunting in his fancy car.
And why? Because he's adorable.
At least not by this report.
He is our sweet, precious cinnamon roll. We must protect.
If you want to remain incognito, I'll respect
He
your
attack,
wish.
he
In
protect,
exchange for a
he
favor.
scream for snack. He probably would. He would definitely, like, complain for snacks.
Hey, I know you
He
don't
complains
want.
about it
Let me see your
being
map.
cold and dark and him being dirty. He gets very excited about bath time, though.
Mark where you need to go on your map.
I'm not sure
All you
why.
gotta do is
I
find
can
me some
hazard a
rough
guess
gemstones,
why.
Like this one. Do this, and your ship will come in. Don't, and the papers will run you out of town.
Oh, yeah.
Capiche?
I do too, though. Like, that's one of the only things in life I'll really splurge on is a bed. And I think that should be a thing that everyone does. You spend a third of your life sleeping, you may as well do it the right way.
Just about.
Anyway, remember when I said I wanted to quit the game? Well, there's a reason why we parked here. And wouldn't you know it, it's exactly right where we need to go to get this mineral deposit. Anyway, we don't talk about Dino because what Dino does is commit a felony. Blackmailing and extorting people is, say it with me, everybody, illegal.
We're supposed to
But yeah,
get
I
rid of
figured it'd
that
be a
thing?
good time to just kind of get a commentary run out of the way, just so I have it. It's ready for SGDQ. It's ready for the rest of the marathon year. Because I really don't see any huge changes happening with this. And by the time I start working and getting really comfortable with active menu glitch, I think I'll be comfortable enough to just kind of record that one off the top of my head. To be honest, it's just literally going to be memorizing where I do the zero camera bug and active menu glitching. Dino is kind of a terrible person. At least he gets a fate befitting his crimes. Anyway, I got the gemstone. We'll take it back to our favorite felon.
With that feat,
Here we go. As you can tell, it's definitely a lot easier. The other thing is we get one warp strike coming out of there, at least, from our warp point at the car. It's a much straighter line.
Is this place amazing or what?
This is definitely one of those games where, yeah, it's a little bit over a 4-hour run. However, it's a lot of it, like I mentioned, you really can't actually save time. You can just basically either maintain or lose. Just because of the amount of distance you have to travel. So a lot of saving time and keeping time is just making sure your movement is as efficient as possible. It may seem like my fingers would get tired for jumping for about 3+ hours. I promise you it's not that bad. Once you get into it, it's just kind of like a nice little rhythm.
Speaking of freebies, here's one from me. Come back if you want to buy more.
I doubt a souvenir like that could make its way into the hands of an ordinary citizen.
As prompt should be smooth. You guys ready? Already?
Yeah, Uranto picked this thing up and I think did maybe a few weeks of practice and is already posting really good base game times. So, like, there's honestly no excuse. Nah, I'm not here to tell you.
Is that those driving sections where Keo is optimizing the driving? You don't have to do that when you're starting out. I don't recommend doing that when you're starting out. And that becomes a lot of free time for you to get up, move around, as well as review your notes.
I made an accident and potentially had you muted for the past 5 minutes. Oops.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I was trimming the volume levels, and I guess I left it highlighted on the slider, and I hit something, and it just sent it straight to minus infinity. Glad I looked over early, though. So, oopsie doodles about that one. Anyway. Hello, viewing Canadian. It's all good. We fixed it. It's not a big deal.
I mean, I'm commentating on the, 1.8 second delay that I have.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to stream it to Discord? Would that help?
It's a 1.8 second delay. I don't think I'm that worried.
Okay. Well, there it is, just in case.
Okay.
Anyway, we are... What's up, Hubbard?
Can Faith stop a fleet of Imperial troops?
Anyway, Dad's dead. That's not
I
good.
had plenty of faith.
Enough.
The Empire lied. They betrayed us.
Conjecture gets us nowhere. We're searching for truth. All you'll find are lies.
Yeah, it's... look, everyone makes mistakes. Everybody hurts sometimes, Dan. But hope you're all having a great time. Samp, what's up, brother? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool to roll this into a marathon. I think it's also a good idea just for anyone that's planning to submit to marathons to just have this stuff kind of handy. Like Palmer and I have discussed this quite a few times on stream. What's the most complicated trick in the speedrun? Probably active menu glitch, but we don't do that in this category. I think
I would say some of the skips.
Maybe chapter 10 skip, but that's more just kind of like getting comfortable with alignment. Chapter 7 bridge skip into quet skip can be a little difficult. Like there's a very, very ragged edge of I need to go fast and I need to be in like 100% control of my movement. Yo, what's up, Doc? How you doing, man?
There's also learning how to control like the boys so that you get like Iggy skip or Seaside Supermodels.
Yeah, Seaside Supermodel is pretty easy. Making sure to set up Ignis skip is a bit difficult. Imp skip, I think, until you get like really familiar with the timing of combat and like what I call the read time. So there's like a little delay between like when you can interact with things and when the button display actually happens. Imp skip, you really don't have as much time as it looks like to interact with the little crack in the wall, but that's definitely one of the more important skips. There is also a skip in chapter 3 that I don't do because it's just too darn risky for me. But getting ice skip or ice slide, not ice slide skip per se, but the ice shimmy skip can be a little bit difficult because you basically are doing it blind every time. There's no real point of reference for it. You're just kind of blasting it out there and hoping that you're doing it right. It also involves being able to very quickly change the direction of your warp strike as well as dagger hover.
Fucking thing sucks.
Ravis Ringless strat is pretty tight, but it's not super difficult. Also, if y'all don't know about that Doc Swelly YouTube, check it out. Oh, apparently they already shipped that order, so that's going out tomorrow. Ooh, that should have fixed it, Alfcar. Doc, what's going on? How are you, brother? I hope you are having a terrific day. You are my favorite YouTuber.
It also probably does not help that I'm not sitting still very well.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I bumped you back up a little bit. I think it might just be OBS giving me a little bit of the gigglies, like the meter not being very accurate. There we go. Finishing up new thing? Hell yeah. I'm excited. BGG was working on some of the DLC stuff for the Fiesta today for 15, so hopefully that's really neato.
What do we do?
We make for Hammerhead now and figure the rest out later.
Yes, pimpin'. That's exactly what I don't want to show up across the bottom of my screen. Can't wait for them to pan to that one. It's just talking about pimpin', I guess. I will say there is an itchy noodle in the cage.
Noct won't be dead forever.
No going back. Only way forward. No going back. Let's go.
But yeah, this would be cool to throw up on the YouTube. I want to start doing dungeon guides. Maybe we can work on that next week. Is pimping easy? Nah. Ice Cube is a pimp, though. Anyway, back to Hammerhead we go. Got some dialogue to cancel out. So the bad news is our dad died. Whoops. The good news is apparently everyone thinks we died too. So that at least gives us a little bit of time and room to kind of make our escape and make a quick plan to figure out, well, what are we going to do next? Because the goal of the game is to get to Golden Key, get married, go fishing. We made it to Golden Key, but we did not make it to Altisha afterwards, so I have yet to get married, which means I cannot go fishing. Thus bringing up my accurate and infallible guide to Is It a Good RPG? There are only 2 criteria to understand if a game is good or bad. Those 2 criteria are, does it have fishing, and does it have a sewer section? Dark Cloud 2 has fishing, has a sewer section. Great game. Nier Automata, sewer section, fishing, great game. Final Fantasy 12, well, really big sewer system and fishing, great game. 15, fishing, sewer system, great game.
Stardew Valley,
sewer section, yep.
Fishing,
great game. Final Fantasy 6. Sewer section, fishing, great game. Does Final Fantasy 14 have a sewer system?
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably one of the Evilise raids or something.
I wasn't even thinking about that, but also that, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a pretty infallible guide. I can't think of any games that have both of those that aren't like pretty darn good. Anyway, I took the car off road. I just want to save some time. We're also going to manually park it because this parking spot that the game gives you is absolute doo-doo, and you will end up losing 10 to 15 seconds.
Maybe they know something.
It's even story relevant. Perfect.
Yeah, that's why I had to like pause and realize, yeah, there's a whole important cutscene down in the sewers.
Yeah, FF12, the sewer is very important. To story as well as side quest. Dark Cloud 2, much the same. Nier Automata, not super story related, however, does offer a bit of lore. It's the only place you can get the Iron Pipe, which is another one of those memory recalls to Nier Replicant Gestalt. Anyway, I'm gonna try and get into a... okay. Next game. Gonna try and get into a battle here in order to prevent getting strategied. It's something you haven't seen yet and something that hopefully doesn't show up here. But a strategy, sometimes your party members, as battle is initiating or right as it initiates, which would be really unfortunate when it happens, can basically stop you and be like, hey, Noct, there's this cool technique. Or, hey, if you can manage to do this, you'll get a butt ton of extra AP, which is cool and all casually, because, you know, it adds a little thrill to casual encounters, gives you a little bit more of a challenge. And I actually do a bunch of them for the level 1 run that I do to just get the AP I need. But in this version of the run, I don't want anywhere near it, as it's literally just a massive slowdown that is not calculated into it. Fishing not needed in 12 or 15, but is needed in 6, correct. Fishing in 15 is really fun. They actually made a standalone VR game for it. I think it's 15 Leviathans of the Deep.
I don't remember exactly, but I do remember I very loudly, when it was being announced at E3, asked who asked for this?
Before realizing that it is, in fact, potentially the greatest PlayStation VR game of all time. Yeah, I forget what the relevance of fishing in FF12 is, to be honest. I think it's just, I think it's part of OOA, but I'm not 100% sure.
Let's see what you can do.
Near Automata
Before we
actually
go
has
our
a fish
separate
percent
ways.
category, aka
Take this
mackerel
key.
percent,
It unlocks the doors
which is
to the
K
other
ending.
tombs. Seek them out and lay claim to the power they hold. You'll need it.
Sushi sounds really, really
What
good.
will you do?
Keep an eye on the nibs.
I haven't had sushi in so long.
Find
Yeah,
out
it's
what they're up
been
to. But you should focus
Probably
on
like
your own
4 or
task.
5 months for me, at least.
I'm going on years, fam.
Yeah. I mean, there's some good sushi places out here.
What is this
I was supposed to
place?
go on a sushi date when my partner was here, and then we didn't.
Yeah.
Like the look of
Ask
that
ask
ceiling.
Shentok. Shentok probably has like the deets on that.
Sure hope it holds up.
Or Malu. Malu might know.
I can.
Yeah.
I hate
We're
that
lucky,
noise.
Dan. Like even our local grocery store, their sushi is pretty darn good.
Did you see that?
Anyway, making our way through, we've met with Matt Mercer, Core the Immortal, same person, and he's basically said,
Core.
yeah, he basically has now employed us to be grave robbers. So I guess we're kind of committing felonies now too. But I mean, they're
Well,
our
but
ancestors.
they're our family, so
yeah,
it's
they're our
fine.
family. So basically, Core tosses us a key and says, "Hey, by the way, a bunch of the old kings of Lucis are buried. You should take this key and go grab their weapons." Like, all right, fair enough. We already grabbed the first one, which was the Sword of the Wise, and we're gonna make our way to the Axe of the Conqueror next, which is a really neato weapon. I'm gonna do some menuing here really quick. Grab some more abilities. We're gonna grab Warp Factor, which increases our Warp Strike damage. Accessory Slot, which gives Noctis his second accessory slot. Elementalism, which allows us to absorb more magic. And Powercraft, which makes our magic a little bit more potent, obviously. You'll see I swapped back to keeping fire down there. I equipped the Sword of the Wise as well to give us a nice stat boost, and I'll explain how that works unless Alphena wants to get to it. Also equipped the Garnet Bracelet, which Dino gave us, which gives us a nice little strength boost, and the Magitek Exo Suit to try and make this as consistent and quick as possible while we're interacting. Yeah, if you want to take over and kind of describe what some of these things do, feel free. That should be a very quick arachne. Very, very quick.
It's over.
The sword that we equipped that was very important that we equipped that we're never going to use. Or no, wait, not sword, axe.
Not yet. We're grabbing that now.
Oh, grabbing
Go
the
ahead.
axe.
That's weird.
We're grabbing this axe, we're going to equip it pretty much immediately, and then we're never going to use it. You're never going to actually see us use it in combat, but it's one of the most important things. And this is kind of factors into a lot of different weapon choices that we make throughout the game. Not only do we equip a weapon because of the damage that weapon does, but putting like the Axe of the Conqueror on our weapon wheel gives us plus
Out of line.
100 to strength, I think. It's absurd.
100?
So absurd.
Yeah, it's a very, very high number. 100 sounds about right. And so we then have 100 strength, just passive bonus because it's equipped. Not because we're actively using it, but because it's on our wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the weapons that we're using are there for the stat bonus. Some of them are there for actual use. Some of them are there for this has an added effect, which we'll get to later.
Yep. One of the ones that I equipped that we will be using coming up into the next fight section is the Sword of the Wise. This bad boy right there. What it does is it does double damage on its first attack, which is really nice. And the way we have ourselves equipped right now, we should do on average about 1,000 damage on our first strike, which is really nice because that's how much HP the enemies are going to have. We're going to make our first magic of the game here. If you remember, I bought a bunch of sheep's milk earlier because I said I was thirsty. That was a lie. But if you notice there, I put 91 lightning and all of my sheep's milk into one magic. So basically what I did was not even full elemental pull and 990 gil worth of items, and I now have a dual cast, so a maximum of 2 casts of the highest tier magic at 200 potency. So I have a Thundaga, access to Thundaga in chapter 2. And I made a little bit of a mistake there. And we equip the Axe of the Conqueror. So the cool thing with the Royal Arms is that all of them are very, very, very unique. They have unique movesets, they have unique stat buffs, as well as unique animations. Well, Alphena was mentioning that earlier. So you'll see a lot of things from these weapons that you probably won't see from any other weapon in the game, and that's part of it. They do have one big downside, though. Alphena, you want to explain that one?
So we've been putting on this nice, pretty set of armor that makes us look like redacted, so that we
cease and desist from Bandai Namco.
So that we don't take damage in combat.
Pushing out while support pushes
Now, for the most part, we're not
crushing
even
the
worried
enemy
about
from
that. It
both
just makes
sides.
things more consistent versus we're actually worried about the amount of damage we would take. But that does not stop this effect that we get from these royal arms, which is that in order to use them, it costs health. So you'll notice each time Kyo attacked, the health bar went down a little bit. It recharges. It's not like the where it doesn't heal back up damage. That's a whole other aspect of this game. But it does cost health. So we do have to pay attention to how much health we have at any point in time. And if we do everything right, really we're not that worried about it because we kind of know how many hits we have to get through a spot. But it does mean occasionally you will see like that, the red on the edges of the screen thing. Hey, did you know you're low health? Because we're, slowly draining our health and damage. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Got the muscle stems I need, bonus bulletproof vest. Really, really, really clean blindside. Actually stand to make time back up here just a little bit. But yeah, I'm hoping for a few drops throughout the game. What I need at minimum is I need 2 muscle stems before Chapter 5. And before Chapter 6, I need a bare minimum, I'm still pushing it, 3 reflex enhancers or 3 Magitek boosters. Well, technically 2. 2 before Chapter 6. Getting the item drops will allow me to do a fast Chapter 5 and a fast Chapter 7. The items, well, Magitek Booster, in and of itself, if you use it, basically gives you free MP. I use that once or twice in the game, depending on drops. But it is also a great magic catalyst. You'll see that a bit later. Reflex Enhancer basically is like auto dodge, but without the MP loss. And muscle stimulants do exactly what they sound like. Anyway, this is Loki, huge boss. Game intends to show it to you as like one of the most difficult fights. We actually spend more time sitting in the cutscene than we do fighting him because he is a tremendous goofball and just puts all of his weaknesses out on display, just like that. The only concern with this run so far is our money is a little bit low, but that shouldn't matter to an absolute professional like myself. Bye, Loki.
Going back to that fight just a little bit, that went, really quickly.
Impressive.
You did see that Q was basically hitting and then landing on the ground and then hitting and then landing on the ground. That's what we were talking about with that first strike does more damage. And because you can only get a certain number of hits on that vulnerable point, if we were to just keep swinging and swinging and swinging, we would break it before actually killing the mech.
Nice little time save here.
That just makes no fucking sense.
I can't wait for them to scroll to that point and just hear Bill Nye spouting profanity. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free. Just treat this as a normal stream, to be honest. We're just doing a little bit of extra work is all. What do we have news-wise today? The Flyers are still awful at hockey. I think they've lost 10 in a row again, which I think might make them the first team in NHL history to lose 10 games in a row, win 10 games in a row, and lose 10 games in a row all in one season. Ridiculous. Anyway, we've got a little handbrake here. Here's a great time for donation incentives, or if you want to plug what we're doing. The cool part about this game is that about every 45 minutes to an hour, you do have a great, like, at least minute break to go to the bathroom, grab a snack, or in a marathon setting, you can read off your donations, you can plug the event, which fits into how most marathons run their stuff. It's nice and easy. and gets everyone a little bit of break, and it doesn't become overbearing or feel like you're trying to squeeze anything in.
We're gonna break Prompto's heart here. I apologize to every Prompto fan.
I gave him what he wanted once. Okay. I made a blood pact with Prompto that after I got world record in both categories, I would take him to the Chocobos, and I did.
Iris?
Do you need me to send you a spare controller? I should have a few working around here.
Was that Iris?
Yeah, so we get a phone call from Iris, who was Gladys' little sister.
No time.
Sorry, I just had to vomit all over the floor.
And as soon as we quickly get off of that call, Prompto is like, hey, there's Chocobos. They're right over there. Go the Chocobos. Which is the game kind of nudging you, going, hey, this is a thing you can go unlock at this point.
Ready for more?
However, we're gonna ignore that. We're also going to do our best to ignore the call from Iris and not go see her.
Yep. What's really cool is I was in this portion of the run yesterday, but still in Chapter 1. The active menu glitch is really neato. I'm very excited to continue just destroying this game. I am going to buy 8 of these. We got lucky with that bulletproof vest drop, which is 1,000 gil. I actually am going to touch up my a little bit here and sell off this extra high ether. I want to make sure I have at least a minimum of 1,230 gil heading into leaving the beginning of this chapter. I'll need that for a couple of items I have to pick up along the way. If you remember, I bought 2 choco beans and 2 sweet peppers. Those are going to be used in a very, very interesting meal further on. Post office is adequate. Yeah, the post office is a little rough, unfortunately. Living in Philadelphia, it's been really awful since the last election cycle when they took all of our sorting machines away for whatever reason. Oh, voter suppression. Oh, well. Hey, thanks, Demon to Remember. Welcome. We're just doing some practice commentary tonight. If you have any questions about the runs or just want to talk like normal, feel free. Alphena and I are just here to record this so we have it. We can get it over and done with, and I basically have everything I need to submit for the rest of the year. What's up? Or thank you for the ooh-woo.
But what do you want to see?
Yeah, nothing really. It's not my camera.
What does it matter?
Anyway, we mentioned about driving earlier.
Guess you have a point.
I mean, this is a good moment for donations.
Yeah, it's a great moment for donations to plug the run, especially because coming through, like normally you can squeeze like one in, and it's just like, yeah, just give me a minute to get through this, explain what we got going on. Hi all, thanks for putting this marathon run on. Appreciate the planners and tech crew and commentary. Hope the runner cat person doesn't choke. Hopefully I don't choke reading donations. Hopefully you learn better grammar. Well, we can all wish. Why is there 2 ands in there? Come on, condense your thoughts. Yeah, but thank you for the biddies, Reliant. Hope you're having a terrific, terrific Friday. Welcome to the stream, Makora. But yeah, this is a great example of, I mentioned manually driving the car earlier. Taking the inside line on literally just this turn saves something like 7 to 10 seconds. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're really pushing and when you break it down, this game doesn't actually have a lot of places where you can just kind of actively break time away from it, especially in large chunks like that. No, well, welcome back. No worries. Sometimes I get overbearing and annoying and turn into a negative Nancy, and you gotta go somewhere else. I get it. Not offended. Only human. Catboy. Virtual avatar. Thing.
I just usually, yell at you when you're being like that.
Yeah. How do you identify? Questionably?
I identify as alive. Anything else is asking for a lot.
Yeah, you really asked me to put it out there. Speaking of putting it out there, I recorded some voice lines.
It's like we're warping to another dimension.
Some
Where we'll end up.
like a fairly large VTuber was doing like a bunch of apparently wanted to do like some VA like tryout and reviews stuff, and got like a bunch of really famous voice actors together to like review them. So I was like, yeah, may as well throw my hat in the ring.
Nice.
At least I know I have good recording quality, but boy did I know, totally noticed the difference between like my VODs and just recording raw audio into Audacity. Like just running this little VTS plugin for Nova is so freaking good. Really helps smooth things out and cut down on the background hiss. Anyway, Final Fantasy 13. Anyway, come to Brazil! Kill the frames, save the animals. Spike Vegeta donated Spike Vegeta. Spike Vegeta, Spike Vegeta. I have my own audio setting. Spike Vegeta.
Okay, but like, Spike Vegeta's a great guy. He's just loud.
Dude, one of my favorite things is there was, I think Alec told this story. There was at RPG Limit Break, Spike was doing commentary or reading, and like 2 hours into his shift, they realized that his microphone wasn't even on and no one had noticed. They could still hear him perfectly fine, but someone looked over like, wow, Spike's mic's off. Wow, Spike's mic is off.
Like,
You could still hear him perfectly fine. It was just not through his microphone. It was someone else's.
I had a conversation with him at a GDQ, and he wasn't trying to be loud or anything. He was just talking. He's just loud. It's just who he is.
Yeah, it's just his voice is just in the right register and pitch, and I think also a little bit of wow, I didn't even slow down in that work. I think he also has a theater background, so like you just kind of learn to project your voice, and then just you know, it never goes away. Like for me, like I used to mumble a lot. Like you can check a lot of my older Twitch recordings if they still exist, but like over the past 2 years, I've really, as I've invested in better audio and realizing that my niche is I need to have great audio because this is a heavy lurking community. I just learned to project my voice and really kind of put it out there. And it's never, it's not going away unless I'm like exhausted.
And it's like anybody who's met me and had a chance to hang out with me in person, I have two modes where it's the I am completely relaxed and I am quieter, or the I am awake, alert, and I am pretty loud. I am aware of it.
That's totally okay. That's why there are sliders on the mixer. Sushi in the house.
That's why my gain is at like 2 on my mic.
I haven't had good sushi. We gotta get back to sushi. Shelby and I definitely didn't eat 2.5 pounds of turkey for dinner either. Speedrunning Seth Rogen. Yeah, I love Spike. I hope one person I hope that everyone gets the ability to meet at one point in time is a good friend of Spike Vegeta, a man by the name of Michael Goldfish. Michael Goldfish is a cool dude. Yeah, I mean, and it's not like there's a difference between being overtly loud and just kind of, you know, giving your voice a little bit of presence on the microphone. Yeah, Sonic Fox is a really, really cool person. Zero complaints from me.
I can promise you, when you first meet me, you might have a hard time hearing me, but as soon as you like get to know me and I relax a little bit, you will never have that thought of, wow, I wish Alphena would speak up.
Damn, streamer, can you shut the hell up? Sure can't. I was not given enough attention as a child. Why do you think I'm like this? I'm not even gonna hit the air horn because it's not a joke. We're just gonna have to eat this. Unfortunately, really bad drop there going into Crab Rave. So I'm just gonna have to juke my way out of here. Camera wouldn't really lock on to what I wanted, so I'm just gonna have to kind of deal with it there. But we're gonna bust through this little locked animation screen here a little bit. You'll see. No Mega Phoenix, so I will have to grab everything in town. and Mega Phoenix Chapter 4. But you'll see that there are a couple instances in the game where you'll kind of be in that locked camera mode and we'll have to fix it. There will be creative ways that I bust around it. That one we did warp strikes into rolls. You'll see some rolls later, and there's actually a really neat camera trick that I believe once we found it ended up starting to be the basis of trying to figure out the active menu glitch category. Dude, I love edamame, Dan. I can eat literal pounds of it. Another neat trick there may not really constitute as a trick, but angling the camera in the way we did shot us down that little side path. Thanks for the head pats. And Demon Sensi. Okay, that makes sense. I remember that name. Shooting us down that side path prevents us from having to fight an arachne at the bottom of the ice slide. So we call that ice slide skip. It at first was a very difficult trick to kind of figure out why it worked and how it worked, and to get it consistent until we realized that all you have to do is just kind of rotate the camera and aim where you want to go, and Noctis just follows the camera. Ice physics are a little bit questionable in this game, but we live with it. There was a skip I mentioned earlier, the ice skimmy ship. This is the one that I am going to skip in this run. It's just a bit too dangerous to show off in the marathon for me. You lose quite a bit of time, and if I don't get even if I do it correctly, I still have a little bit of setup to do on the back end, and if I mess it up, we're gonna fail the most important part of this skip, which is actually skipping an encounter. It's a Mind Flayer skip. It's a horribly difficult fight, especially at this level, and we've gotten so consistent with this skip, we don't actually have any backup for it besides resetting. Like, can I struggle through it? Yes. Do I want to? No, absolutely not. So what I'm gonna do is
About losing minutes.
Yep. Where I position Noctis with that movement, I basically place him between two of the encounter zones and safe zones. So basically the encounter refuses to trigger as active, and I can just grab this and scoop my boot on out. Pretty easy, nice little skip. Still about 5 seconds behind where I want to be due to some driving stuff. We're going to get a headache here. And now we're going to go back to the car. And we're going to say,
because we know we're going to have to go talk to Iris.
Yep. So we're going to go back to the car here. And we were like, well, Kios, you didn't stop at Lestalem. How are you going to get back there? Boom. Gas station on the edge of town. Counts as a parking space. We don't have to back the car in and put it in that weird parking structure that is Lestalem. That's a massive time loss. Pengo? Pengu Throw. I missed that game.
The game is really nice, and actually counts some of the spots that we drive past as having been there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which
sleeping in a nice room tonight?
For us as speedrunners helps a lot.
You know it. Oh, I got a donation here from our friend Chris. First time watcher, last time donator. Kill the crabs, waterfall the frames. Will do, buddy. Anyway, I'm going to grab that glass gemstone there. Another thing we haven't touched on, you'll notice that this game has a first-person mode, and occasionally I will pop into and out of it.
Let's go.
For whatever reason, and again, this is also part of the active menu glitching stuff that goes on in a different category, the first-person mode prevents you from doing the item pickup animation. So that's really handy, saves us a little bit of time just going into and out of. So we will abuse that whenever we can, but I do need that glass gemstone. I have some things to buy in the next couple of chapters, and I want to make sure I have enough money for it, obviously. Anyway, we're going to meet the worst ththing ever. This is Gladia's sister.
Iris.
Look at you guys holding your own out there.
What can I say? You look good.
We will not
All
be
things
taking any
considered,
arguments
You
about
guys are
this.
staying here, right?
That's the plan.
When you have time, we have
I do not like it at all.
Jared and Talcott.
So, one of the things we haven't talked about is there's 2 rules in this game
Morning,
to going fast.
sleepyhead.
Oh, yeah, it's time for the rules.
Where is everyone?
It is
Oh,
indeed time for the
they're
rules
out
because
walking
they're
with
coming
Talcott.
up.
They
We've
went to the
technically
sites.
already been using them a
We
little
should
bit,
too.
but
They're a
we
bit
have
more
a lot of
clear
conversations,
now.
and it's Yeah.
I need some more shut-eye.
So,
More?
number one,
It may be a good idea to take
This
it
is
easy
all
as
you.
well housekeeping.
For
makes
our first
people
stop,
not
we'll
wanna
check out
talk
the
to you.
marketplace. Follow me, right this way.
this is also true in real life, so you know. I'm sure you can
Applicable
understand how this
speedrun.
works.
Yeah, applicable speedrun knowledge.
This is the Portella
So if you
market.
would like to get out of
You can get almost
conversations
anything
faster,
here.
just be a
Isn't it
jerk.
great? I'd buy out the
People
whole
stop
place
wanting
if
to
I
talk
could.
to you.
Wow, really?
So as we go
Very.
through this, all of our choices are definitely going to be along that. there.
Jaded, disaffectionate, emo prince.
Look at all this neat stuff.
Do I have to be here
Go
and do
take a
I
look.
have to do this?
Give me just a sec.
How do I get her to stop talking faster?
Fresh produce straight from Furlock. Thank you kindly.
I'm gonna grab 2
Thank
Ketty or
you.
Ginger
Please come
here. I
again.
actually don't need to grab any of the other items. We should be okay, which is nice.
Okay.
So I have enough money to get through chapter 5. But yeah, we're drug and stuck on this weird quasi date with Iris. It's just awkward. She's our best bro's sister. Like,
And we're, you know,
That's the power
engaged
plant.
and just
The
wanting to
driving
get to our
force behind
wedding.
Lestalum's prosperity.
look,
But
I
get
may
this.
wear dresses and
Only women
eyeliner.
work there.
I still respect the
As
bro
a matter
code.
of fact, women are the ones who do all the work in this town.
Women do all the work in this town,
Sounds like a
except for
hard
the
life.
male
I
shopkeepers,
think
which is
it's kind
weird.
of cool, actually. Depends on how you look at it, I guess.
I wonder how that happened. Anyway.
Alright. Next,
We're gonna see if we
going
can
to
pull
the
off
outlook.
Iris skip here. I personally, even after years of doing this,
I'm a city girl,
because
but
of the recent
I dig
reroute,
the
we still
rustic
haven't figured out
charm.
what exactly either prevents the skip from happening or what makes it happen. So what I try and do is just try and take the most direct route down here and hope that she is mean.
You would totally
Uh-oh,
love
that's
the
not a good
drinks in this
sign.
place.
Would I?
Whoop, 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 whoop. I think we got it. Should be pretty okay. And you'll notice the game's just kind of like gonna shut itself out really weird like that.
You know,
Very awkwardly, but that is
The game
Iris
goes,
skip.
okay, here.
Yeah, not sure why, but it just kind of skips like her cooldown
Others are probably
dialogue,
back at the hotel
and
by
we're
now.
just on our way. So
Let's
we
join
will
them.
take that. Nice little time save, trying to catch us up here. And we're gonna make our way back to the Laval. But yeah, Iris kind of thankfully gives us like a little introduction. Now that we're away from Hammerhead, Lestalum for the more foreseeable
Let's see if the
future
others are back.
is just kind of like gonna be the place
Haven't
where
had
you'll
fun
probably
like
want to
this
base
since we were
yourself out of
kids.
casually.
Thanks,
There's
Doc.
there's like 2 places you can get meals, 2 places you can get
I was
hunts.
wondering.
The
what was it
marketplace
you bought
has
today?
like so many things. There's an item and weapon
You do
vendor.
always notice
Plus the
little things.
hotel, I think it's
like
only
that
like
since you were
300 gil to
little.
stay at, but gives you like 1.5 times your experience,
the thing
which
I
is
bought
really
today,
nice. Easy
for
way
you.
to start building levels
But
and really get
it's a
familiar with the
surprise,
map
so
and
you're
have
gonna
like
have to wait.
kind of a home base. There's also one of the photo quest guy, Vive,
Hey,
is
look
also
who's back.
stationed here as well.
Talcott. Go on,
What's
tell
really
him what you
neat
told me.
is normally
You
in the
got
game
it.
we were supposed to
come
stop
now,
here,
show some respect.
do all this,
Whoa, no need to respect me.
talk to
I'm not
Talcott, and he's gonna be like,
royalty.
"Hey, Nock, there's a sword in the waterfall."
It is the same sword as the one from
The game knows that we have it already,
It appears the power of kings.
and he gets a
made its
different
way into
dialogue as
local
opposed to just
folklore.
spewing the
That
same
makes you
stuff.
a living legend, huh?
Yeah. Thanks
When
for
they
the story,
when they made
Talcott.
the game
You're welcome.
open world, they recognized the fact that you could potentially decide not to follow the story exactly, but go off and do exploring and potentially get things that the story would be driving you to go forward to get. So they actively work to make sure that you would be able to not feel like,
And dialogue.
yeah. It's
I'm not
to me just kind of some of the brilliance of what they were doing when they were like, yeah, we're gonna make this fully open world.
I'm good enough for today. You want to call it?
Yeah,
All right.
good pause point.
Yeah, all right. We'll pick this back up tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everybody. Just kidding. Some more really interesting game technique. This works on the PS5, and if you have a solid-state drive in your PS4, it is actually faster to save once you start this dialogue and reload it. Because otherwise, you're stuck walking all the way across pretty much all of Lestalum, trying to prevent your party members from body blocking Arden to get back to his car. For some reason, once you finish that first initial dialogue, the game flags this as done. It just literally waits for Arden to get to his car. So if you save and then quit or reload, the game's last flag was, hey, we completed this dialogue. Someone loading in, it just checks and saying, all right, we're good to go. All you got to do is just finish the interaction here, and you'll be good to go, Chief. So there is that. Coming up to the highest tension point of the run so far, I got to do some driving. And boy, is it going to be really ugly if I don't get it right. Oh, shut up, Bill O'Reilly. You're still unemployed. Talentless hack.
So, the game's going to tell us a couple things. Number one, we can't fall too far behind, and we're not supposed to pass Arden, or we're going to get a game over. Basically, we just need to keep up and follow, and
just follow the leader.
Whole standard escorty mission. However, we don't like to follow the rules.
I admittedly am not a good listener.
You are not.
Nope.
So we're gonna do it our way and have some fun. So this actually is like the only section of the game where not only do you have to do the driving, but as far as the speedrun goes, you have to do some kind of creative driving.
Very creative. That's the best way to describe it. I call it Introduction to NASCAR.
Convenient to be a coincidence. I reckon he's following us around.
But to what end? That question bothers me deeply, as does his origin.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Two newsworthy items. Unfortunately, neither of them are good. We lost Louis Anderson and Meatloaf today, fortunately. Two incredible talents, to be honest. Louis Anderson, real interesting style of comedy, and Meatloaf, just a good person, great musician, even funnier actors. So, a heartfelt rest in peace to both of those legends. Yeah, they if I recall, they were both actually fans of each other, which makes it even more ironic.
They were.
We making lefts? Oh, we making lefts. I'm going to teach you all about the inside line.
How are the headaches?
And this is what we call this is the patented Daniel Kvyat torpedo maneuver. There's our first Formula One reference of the night. Also, I can honk my horn. I'm going to, excessively. You can't stop me. I'm a cat boy. With a horn.
Nice firm ground's much better for your back.
Can't we at least make
Alright, so hey, first pass done. You'd be like, well, Kios, why would you do that? Like, are you just doing this to show off? What's the point? It actually saves us, getting both passes saves like 10 to 15 seconds worth of driving in the run. Because of how weird the car mechanics are. You saw it in the first chapter where I like automatically slowed down to avoid a collision with a truck, even though I wouldn't have hit it. Like there was no chance I would hit it because there was still like 200-300 feet for me to work with. The game's AI is rather protective of the car, and I think it's because I didn't really have a chance to program it super well. But this pass is actually the tricky one. It takes a lot of setup and a lot of faith. I'm basically just going to be throwing this into the corner pretty blind and hoping that it sticks. Noctis and Ignis sometimes just both refuse to turn, and instead of refusing to turn and just going straight, they'll turn the opposite.
And he's still there,
Not good.
holding the thing up.
Guess he never misses leg day.
Like that. It just didn't want
His
to.
unceasing toil and the meteor's might form tenets of worship for the locals of Disguise.
Makes you wonder
Unfortunately,
what it's like
we're gonna
down there
lose
at
a
his
little bit of
feet.
time here. For some reason, Noctis just didn't want to turn. I may have been too close to Arden. The way I have this set up, though, we might be able to get this pass in on the second time through, so we'll just lose like half the time we could potentially
We
save.
don't have a spare.
It's got to be
brakes.
really careful on this, though.
Oh no, I'm taking it. Not every day you get up close
This is
to
not the
something I
ideal
said.
way to do it, but it'll work.
Oh, you'll drive me
There
mad.
we go. So we will not save all the time I can potentially save in this chapter,
Can your glasses
but at
take
least
heat?
getting ahead does save a lot.
Even if they couldn't, he'd still be
Of the
all right.
potential times,
Yeah,
like
Iggy's
we will
eyes
still
ain't that
save
bad.
time. It'll just be a handful of
Really?
seconds. Getting ahead of Arden is really important.
Then
Yo, what's up,
why not
Proxy?
take 'em off sometimes?
Because if you get stuck behind him, you cannot proceed to where the actual dialogue cutoff is for this. If you go far enough ahead, you're not limited to Arden's dialogue speed, but he also does give you a little bit of a shove in the rear, which gives you a couple extra feet.
Hey, Ignis. How's it feel
Yeah, I
being
can't believe
away
I
from the
muffed that
wheel?
up, but hey, it
Positively
happened.
frightening.
I'll definitely
What do you
practice
say?
it a bit
I'm no
more.
stranger to His Highness's
I just
driving
started my
habits.
turn
Appreciate
probably a
the
foot or two
confidence.
too
Read a
late,
book.
and Noctis
It'll
was
take your
just
mind off it.
being
I'd rather keep my
Noctis.
eyes on the road for now, thank you.
The best
I
we
guess
can get is
nothing
like
can take your mind off
95%
Nox
consistency
driving.
on it. I do, in fact, have a save file for it, though. But Proxy, what's going on? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a terrific night.
So, like
And hopefully you
told
didn't
Iggy
lose
to
all
read
your
a
money
book.
in the great
Yeah,
crypto
yeah.
crash
You know,
of,
that's how
well,
you get carsick.
the third week of January
Right?
2022.
A few
I'm
minutes
sure
in
we'll
and
do
my
this
lunch
once a
comes up.
month.
You get used to it.
Yeah, to puking on myself.
Anyway, we've positioned ourselves far right, and as I mentioned, we're gonna wait for Arden to push us forward a little bit here, which allows us to kind of close this dialogue out a little bit faster than we normally would. I'm doing okay. Just doing some practice commentary here to get this run ready, and I won't have to worry about submitting like something that's really gross or ugly or silent or me cursing for marathon runs. Other interesting news for you here at Alphena. It looks like Tifa is going to be running for Senate position in Italy. Oh wait, no.
The fact that I already know about that scares me. I know exactly what you're referencing.
These ruins.
I couldn't come up with a really good joke. All I had the tools of like self-inserting, but then that's not even
Is
true.
that what I think it is?
Didn't
I
expect
guess
to
she
find
could
a
be
royal
inserting
tomb
herself
here.
into the Senate
Nope.
race in Italy.
No.
Hey, Highness.
Let's grab it and go.
No.
I air horned it. You can't stop me. Anyway, quick mashing section here where we're gonna get ourselves pulled up by Gladio.
We are seeing examples of some mechanics that you'll see throughout this game where we'll kind of have party members kind of come and go for different parts of dungeons and things like that. So for like right now, we just have Gladdy and Noctis. As we go talk to he who does not skip leg day.
God damn. This is the Archean?
Seems we woke the big guy up.
Look, say what you want about the muscles of any other character in this game.
But what?
Titans are impressive.
Knocked!
Oh, super
The
much.
definition and everything else that they gave his muscles.
back up? No, but there's a path. Gonna see where it leads.
You two try to get
Sorry,
down.
someone was asking about microphone
well.
recommendations
Look
on
for
the
a
old
way.
Twitter.
Be careful
But yeah,
now.
one thing we did do is we also
Where?
ignored Arden when
Don't
he
get left
gave us a
behind.
chance to rest,
Guy.
which is very interesting because that would mean that we would be doing this area in the daytime as opposed to
Let's
dusk
not
and
ruffle their
nighttime.
feathers anymore.
As Alphena mentioned, you can really see the environment and all the details they put into this pop really nicely at night. Hadn't mentioned
You're
yet.
just
Well,
so
now's your
used to me
chance.
mentioning it.
What's up, Hoot Boot?
You're so used to me mentioning it because it's like my favorite thing, one of my favorite things to talk about.
Hey, over here.
So this game was created on the Luminous engine.
Luminous engine.
Luminous
No
engine.
time to chill either.
And one of the
Make it quick.
highlights of that engine, and you really get to see it here when you're here at night, is the
want
light
this to
effects and
be
light
over.
particles and it
All the
is,
little
like,
fires and embers.
Yeah.
Ashen
And
ones.
because we didn't rest, we're gonna be here at night,
Of all
and the sun's gonna keep going down over the course
Hurry the hell across.
section. If you're doing this casually, you're most likely gonna take the game going, hey, we should rest.
Nah.
And then you
No.
end up here during the day and you miss out on, I think, the most beautiful zone in the game.
Oh, it's super freaking neat.
Save it. Get to solid ground first.
Faster!
Calm down. I'm going as fast as I can.
Most people have only ever been here during the day. It's pretty much just speedrunners that end up seeing this at night.
Almost there.
Yeah. Oh, it's super freaking cool. It is so super beautiful. But hey, look at that. We're already almost a third of the way through this run. Just like that.
Yeah. It's that toss that's the third point for me.
Yep.
That's his welcome. Hate to see how he treats intruders.
I'm definitely taking a bathroom break during Chapter 6 open drive.
Let's move.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm going to skip that because I don't need it, but we are going to grab this lightning, and I'm going to end up full. Perfect. I can save us 2 seconds later in the run. Anyway, Gladio is going to have a chat with us. He's going to be a little bit cranky about it. Oh,
And I'm sick of your endless whining.
not Coastal
Calm
Mark.
the hell down.
Get off my back.
Belgrove.
Are you a man of royal blood, or aren't
Yeah.
you?
Of course I am.
Yep,
Couldn't
Naga
forget
and
it if I
Staliff.
tried.
Staliff Grove.
What about it?
I ain't saying that you've forgotten, but you gotta know something. You're not the only one who's having a tough time. We're all on edge. We Amicitia are the king's sworn shields. Guard the
Happy
king with our
Femboy
lives. That's
Friday.
the way it's always been.
Happy Femboy
I've embraced my
Friday.
duty.
Speaking of Femboy
And I
Friday,
take
did you
pride
do
in
your
it.
own eyeliner today?
Nah, Shelby did.
Let's say it looked amazing.
When
Yeah,
you
see,
can't
that's what I
focus,
said. She's like,
I
it looks
focus
like
for you.
garbage. I'm
It's
like,
my
nah,
job,
it's fine.
So let me do it, all
Trust
right?
me. Oh, my makeup.
All right.
She says she can do much better, so I guess
Come on.
she's just gonna have to
And
practice.
remember, don't rush ahead on your own.
It's hard to go from like
You're down.
doing your own eyeliner
grateful
to
to
doing
you.
eyeliner
Just
on
doing
somebody
his
else.
job.
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable.
Isn't that your phone?
And also, you know, the vice versa of these things. You learn on somebody else and then you have to do it on your yeah.
Ignis.
No, I don't think my model does, as far as I know. I have glasses, though. Nah, it doesn't look like... Well, maybe a little bit.
My V2 remote has some eyeliner.
But it sounds like we're about to have Imperial company.
It's about to get even hotter in here.
That's a whole mood.
I figured we could use the seam girl, use the edge of a knife. Make them lines crisp. All right, give me some magic drops. Magitek Booster, we got one. We got
I
two.
know some
All right.
people that use
Tape.
Tape, yeah.
Tape works pretty darn well. Hey, guess what? I got 2 Magitek Boosters. The run will survive.
Yeah. So a lot
Right?
of things in this run kind of based on what drops we get and getting them at the right point in time. We're always hoping to see different things that are going to boost our when we mix our magic and
hell is
boost
it
its
you
abilities and or
Quit screwing with my head!
Save us
Effects.
time.
You gotta be kidding me.
otherwise some other items that we are looking for, items that we use that are going to then boost our damage.
You know, what's up, Galuda? Just doing some marathon commentary styled run tonight. Looking to submit this to our friends at SGDQ when they open marathon, when they open submissions, and plus any other event this year. I'll have something nice and fresh,
We gotta run.
which will be really good to have. It'll be current, it'll be fresh, it'll have all the strats, and it'll really, if they, you know, bother even just skimming at base level, really give the games committees and those deciding it a look into what they are potentially going to have on their hands. We're gonna lose a little bit of time here. Slow Gladio. Titan decided to target him, so he kind of had to stiff up there. Unfortunate. So the cool thing you'll see here is I've also neglected to do a lot of the QuickTime events because it's just faster to not do them. Again, that is the corollary. Yep. I'm actually going to break the game. Yeah, if you want to cover that, I'm going to break the game really quick and just break Noctis out of his movement. So yeah, if you want to talk about just failing intentionally QuickTime events, now's a great time to cover that.
So I didn't mention rule number 2 when I said there were 2 main rules for this game. This is where it kind of comes into play. Is sometimes doing nothing is faster than doing anything. like it would be the opposite, except if we do all of the QuickTime events, then we have to do all of the QuickTime events. If we don't do the QuickTime events, it goes, well, we don't have a fail built in, so we're just gonna move you forward. It's fine. Just move you to the next phase. And so then, therefore doing nothing got us past all the QuickTime events. There's a couple of these that we still have to do. You can see Kyo parry. At one point, we do kind of have to mitigate how much damage we take. For one, you notice we're not wearing the Magitek armor. And if we do take too much damage, we can still die and then game over and have to do it again. So it's a little bit of a balancing act, but at the same time, we kind of know exactly when to parry, when to hide in a corner. So for us, it's not even anything that we're paying attention to other than, and I parried this one. Kind of an idea.
A little bit of manipulation here as well, trying to get Gladio to spawn to our right side. Also trying our best to get everything taken care of, shortest cycle wise for Titan. You need anything from the Waweezy? Shelby's gonna run and get a sandwich because a pound of turkey was not enough. I'm not judging you. I also ate a pound of turkey. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, I have to restart my computer tomorrow, so we have time for community night and a good server for 7 Days to Die. If y'all feel like playing some video games with us tomorrow, probably golf with your friends, maybe Among Us. If you want to join us for our 7 Days to Die adventure, there's the Discord. Definitely feel free to check that out. And if you're a fan of catching up on VODs that you've missed, well, we play through a lot of casual games, and all of our speedrun PBs, cooking streams, some of my moto vlogging stuff is on the YouTube. Feel free to check it out. Anyway, I am going to do this quick time event, and I'm actually going to time the other one here as well. Basically, in order to just get this over with as quickly as possible, I'm going to wait for a flash here. There we go. Perfect. I didn't screw it up this time. But hey, there's Titan done and done.
Hey, we all still here?
Yep, still here.
If a little battered.
Does this mean it's over?
Hi, Bubba. Be safe. Don't talk to strangers.
What? What is it now? What is he doing?
He's winding up!
Pegasus.
For the big one!
What? Nah, I don't need any damage for this. I don't know. If you see something that looks cool, I get it.
Take some chips. Chips sound good.
Pieces, peas. Leave him without giving pieces.
So in about, what, 2 minutes, Andor's gonna start throwing a fit?
Probably. He's already screaming at the door. Guaranteed. Saved a little bit of time there. We could have, honestly, on average, I should save like 10 to 15 seconds that chapter. It's just, I messed up the driving this time, so it's not great. But we are now introduced to what I call one of the longest chapters of a run. It is quite difficult, and we are now going to really talk about movement. It's everybody's favorite.
The reason we're going to have to talk so much about movement is because, you remember we left our car at the top of the whole thing? Yeah, so that means somebody else picked it up and we don't have it anymore. It's fine.
Pretty generous.
It's fine. We got this ride from Arden. That's
So,
fine.
Dope.
Can't leave her on a Chancellor.
This, or perhaps... Here's hope.
But Arden's going to drop us off at Wiz's Chocobo Post.
Hi, Command.
It's the game's way of going, hey, so if you didn't get the Chocobos earlier, you might want them. And we're gonna go, yeah, but that's like a 10-minute quest, so no.
let's not fool ourselves. The Empire has it.
Then maybe
I think the boys are kind of tired from their fight, don't you?
Right?
Yeah, they're a little bit tired. I think we'll take a nap here really quick. Just a nice little.
Stranded. Awaiting word from
Yeah, Regis forgot to install anti-theft on the car. Oh well, mistakes happen. Hey, the dog's back. Love this dog.
Best dog.
Cat dog. Cat dog.
What do we do?
Follow him. It's bedtime.
So we're gonna take this nap here real quick. And then we're gonna get a phone call.
Yep, everyone's
From
favorite felon.
And because we're getting a phone call from a felon, we're gonna ignore it.
I've been worried about how you guys
We're not gonna have to worry about what he's asking for. Just gonna
Heckin' Dino Girons.
and go after our best doggo.
Yeah, I love talking to the dog. We have a little bit of a shopping menu to do. I'll try and explain it. I'll probably have Alphena cover half of it. I'll just like explain what I'm buying and then what I'm menuing. And she can explain the effects of it. And then after that, we'll probably have a little bit of time for donation, banter, or some plugs.
Yep.
Anyway, basically this journal is, if you haven't picked up on it or haven't played the game, Umbric is basically a multi-dimensional being. Think like Flying Spaghetti Monster, but with fur. He can travel through time and space. And basically right now it's just acting as like an instant messenger between Luna Freya and ourselves. Gentiana is the Oracle.
No, Luna is the Oracle.
Luna is the Oracle. Gentiana is like her right-hand maiden. Who is now basically hacking into our brain, basically telling us like, hey, here's the deal. You just got the power of Titan. Now you got to go unlock Rama, who has been sealed away, and you got to get to him before the Empire does. So for me, I bought 2 things there. I bought an air step sword and 2 amulets, and now I am going to menu basically a couple of skills here to increase Armiger. And I'm gonna make some new magic here, which is just gonna be 1 ice and all that sheep milk I bought. Only 110 potency, but as you'll see, it's still gonna be pretty devastating.
So,
and you're good to go.
We haven't talked about at all, which is Armiger, because we just unlocked it.
Wow!
We talked about it prior to unlocking. So now if you look over at our little weapons wheel, I don't know what else to call it. I call it the weapons wheel.
Yeah, works for
You
me.
look over the little weapons wheel, you see there's a blue bar all the way around. That tells us that our Armiger is fully charged. It's basically this game's version of an overdrive.
Limit breaker.
Yep. So what we did, the important thing of what we did in that menu is what we bought is free chain?
Yep, Armiger free chain.
Yeah. So now, when we use our Armiger for, I think it's like a minute or so afterward, we have unlimited magic.
Yep, 0 MP cost.
This is important because if you notice, every time we warp strike, it uses MP.
Thanks.
So by using that Armiger free chain, we have no magic cost, so we can just warp strike as much as we can in that time frame.
Got lucky.
Across as much distance. Yeah.
Oh, I almost got blocked.
So the other thing that we're looking at here is the fact that Kyo got the air step sword, and that's what you're currently seeing Kyo warp strike with. That air strike sword or air step sword reduces the cost of warp striking by half while in the air. So that's why you see the jump, warp strike, warp strike, because that gives us that half cost and allows us to get a lot more warp strikes in before we run out of mana.
Oh, wow.
Recharge.
That's a rarity.
Yeah,
I thought I
haven't
dodged
seen
them
that in a
all
long
too.
time.
Yeah, that's like a once every other month kind of a thing there. Unfortunate time loss. We'll live with it. Sometimes the game just be that way.
But we're managing our MP by using the air step sword. I keep wanting to call it air strike today. The air steps.
No, that's just what happened to me.
I remember.
But we're also managing it based on, if you notice, we're very carefully kind of getting into some fights, either to warp strike to an enemy that allows us to cover more ground, but also to grab those point warps, because a point warp is going to then give us the ability to recharge our mana instantly. We really haven't talked about them because we really haven't used them for that until this point. But then, whenever you're in battle, there's usually some point that you can go to that's a point warp that allows you to fully recharge your mana instantly.
Voices in your head again.
And so that's one of the ways that we're managing our mana here. And so here's that armored chain. Kill somebody, we're gonna swap to daggers, because daggers have the fastest warp strike animation.
And also the furthest distance too. I measured. It's very, very close, but it is the furthest. Especially when you include the fact that it's the second fastest animation besides Magic.
Yeah.
This is priority.
And so that gives us a lot more warp strikes in before the free chain runs out.
Yeah, I've become sickeningly consistent with this. On average, I will be nestled between like halfway through a rock field when this will run out. So no super complaints besides the fact that we got missiled out of air. You guys got phones, don't you? Yeah, I'm not sure why Noctis doesn't believe in texting. It's kind of weird. Maybe he's one of those people that just, yep, there it was, right in the rock field, like I told you. I was inefficient by about 1/10 of a second because normally I can sneak that last warp strike in. Unfortunately, I'm going to lose 30 MP, so I got to kind of conserve here. You'll see one of the tricks I was talking about earlier. Right there, I just kind of opened the camera and closed it really quickly because Noctis, generally at that point when you're getting talked to by Gentiana, is kind of frozen in place, like with a headache style like that. And just opening the camera breaks you out of that animation. You'll see that a lot. Yeah, Nectis. That's what happens when Noctis and Corpse Grinder merge into one human. Nectis. Y'all ever seen Corpse Grinder's neck? It's literally as wide as my thighs. That dude's insanely large. Seriously, pull it. Just Google Corpse Grinder. Do it, Alphena. Tell me that. Look at that man's neck.
I'm not going to.
Just do it.
Last ones.
Does everybody remember that nap we took?
Yeah. Hey, back to the lab again. Oh, my thighs are pretty thick. I've been doing squats. A lot of them. Anyway, as we're lucky enough, the rest point puts us really close to our next objective. Otherwise, we would have had to warp strike basically an entire mile all the way back, which is quite some distance. Yeah, he's such a cool dude. Like, you think for someone that's in a band named Cannibal Corpse, identifies themselves as Corpse Grinder, they'd be a bit of an interesting personality. And nah, dude's super cool. We've also been super efficient here. That is only the first elixir we've had to use for all of our warp strikes. While Alphena was talking, a lot of my focus was on timing when and where I was getting into encounters and point warping to save elixirs in case we need them later in the run. We might need them for the ring strats later, but also, yeah, it takes time. It's like the item usage animation is like 2 seconds. If I can avoid doing that, it's great. Take it every time. So we swapped down to our very weak Lazara here, but you'll see roughly how weak it isn't. We got ourselves a shimmy point. Don't forget, we do have the incentive to do the no ring route, basically taking away the potential one-hit kill and forcing me to actually play the video game as God intended. Yeah, he got thick neck.
I don't know if you say it that way, because I mean, the game gives you the ring and kind of forces you to use it for a point, so the game might have actually intended you to use the ring for all of these things.
Shh, keep quiet.
Except for probably, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't get my
toys where you have to like get like a
Yep.
There are ways around it.
I guess we could crawl.
I didn't get the third warp strike in there, so we're not super efficient, but I'm trying my best here. Hoping to trigger this next encounter as well. There we go. So coming up is a very important skip. Saves about 20 to 30 seconds. Intentionally take this encounter as well just to get there. But this is Imp Skip. I'm going to trick the game into letting me use this warp point or shimmy point, even though I'm not supposed to. Focus on this really quick here. Got it. It was a late one, but we got it. So what happened here is I threw off magic and wiped the playing field of enemies before the second wave could spawn in, thus allowing me to use the proceed point. I'm gonna do some menus and dive in.
Second to get it's only like a second or two before of an opportunity. It's really small.
Yeah, it's less than a second.
Yeah.
Guys, wait.
I'll say you've got to get that, hit to go through because the next wave actually is still spawning, but it's just it gives you that tiny window of opportunity.
Hey, you all right?
It takes a lot of skill to kind of get it down, but once you do, it's
Pronto.
you have a feel. Once you get a feel for it, it's not as hard.
This place is literally
It's just not always guaranteed.
Why did it have to be?
Sometimes the game just says no.
All right, you're on the commentary wheel now. I'm just gonna do this like a boss.
This is one of those fights that this is where it helps to have more than one person in the conversation. This is kind of an interesting thing because the game has this combat taking place in about 3 different spaces and on about 3 different heights. So we talk about warp strikes can miss, and that's one of the things that we're trying to avoid here because, especially with the different heights, it's very easy to
Yes, I did just do that because I knew it would work out.
Hey, you all right?
I basically intentionally took a failed warp strike really quickly there just to save time and movement later.
Yep.
Picture perfect.
And that is a valid strat that I've seen a lot of people do. And it's a lot of just little things that helps you, in the end, get through the game faster. Because we get through that combat as quickly as possible and try to avoid a couple extra spawns that can happen.
Including a second Mind Flayer. And like I mentioned, they are really tough and tanky. So anytime you can avoid those is really preferred.
And we get the clear mark on it as quickly as possible to then move on to the boss fight. And
Don't ask me, do it yourself.
Is the noise.
this is Naga.
She's cute.
I'm just gonna leave that alone in a corner over there.
Snack lady. Snack lady. Anyway, we're gonna basically treat her the same way. The important thing is, before I leave this battle, I need to have my Armiger bar built back up. I'm also gonna get this quick cast off. She's gonna dive, which is probably not good. I probably won't be able to get the self-destruct strat here, but I'm definitely going to give it a whirl. Not locking on to what I want to here. I just need her to stay above ground for just a little bit longer here. There we go. We did get the self-destruct strat. Did lose a little bit of time there. 15 seconds is actually really good for me. Only losing 15 seconds. My Naga split in my feed is just absolutely absurd. I got all the good luck, and I believe I got a double kill on the Hobgoblins as opposed to a single, and everything just kind of lined up really nicely. Overall, like, that's a pretty clean split, and I'll take it, even though it says plus 50. Still really good. Anyway, we're just gonna mash through this dialogue here and just get auto-warped out of the dungeon.
Right away.
Lose that scowl along the
I mean,
way.
especially since some of that is getting missiled.
Yeah, about 5 seconds of that. 5 or more seconds of that is getting absolutely... we're gonna swap back on our air step sword. We do have a lot of movement here, and back to the Royal Raiment as well. Just gonna get a call from Cindy, who,
Guess Rama
dag nabbit, she found the car. Found your car, Fall.
There. It's huge.
Way bigger than the last one we saw.
Hey, at least she found the car. We, can maybe here soon stop warp striking everywhere.
Hey,
You...
now I can...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah?
We'll figure
You
it.
sure about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the heads up. Later.
Who was that?
Cindy.
Prompto, I guess, doing the walking.
Oh,
there.
guess that.
Sometimes the AI in this game just has a bit of a one, if you know what I mean. All right,
Yeah.
so back once again to our favorite little camper.
Slowed it down.
It's my little pod camper.
We're very carefully going
We ought to thank
through
the Thunder God for
the-
buying us some
the
time.
little restaurant-y area here. There's a
let's run
box
in
in the
and right
middle
off.
that we basically do not want to enter because
Cutscene.
we don't want cutscenes.
Did you like that joke about my little pod camp?
I did.
Anyway, we're supposed to
And-
have chocobos here, but guess what? I have the power of geometry and physics on my side. Not as good as God and Annie.
One of the beautiful things about this game that we're kind of using to our advantage right now is when you warp strike, you maintain your vertical height. So, as you saw, we just went over some rocks that we would not have been able to.
Got to look both ways.
And so we actually are using very specific high points of the terrain to jump off of, as well as the slightly low points of the
This one's
the rock face.
that one's always like, it never seems like you're gonna get it, but Noctis with his side flip, all you have to do is make sure his feet can touch that area and he'll pull himself around.
And see, you really get to kind of use warp striking to your advantage to get through these areas. And it's really neat.
Knocked.
Cool. We this probably, yeah, we can talk about Adam and Steve. Do you want me to cover Adam and Steve? Do you want to do it?
Go for it.
All right, so right now we're looking for our favorite life partner and couple, Adam and Steve. They are two violettes that live on the side of this hill that's slowly rendering in. I prefer to have both of them because it's the most optimal place for your armor. Unfortunately, it looks like Adam is back at the office. Steve is around, however. The reason why I don't just take it, you're like, oh, it's an encounter key, let's just take it. Unfortunately, there is a very high chance that one of the violettes there will drop a tank. You'll be like, well, that's delicious food. Unfortunately, that is enough to trigger Ignis's favorite tagline, that's it! Come up with a new recipe. And unfortunately, that costs us a good bit of time. Whereas I can just get really lucky here. I've been having trouble getting that one to trigger at all. But you can get you're going to get at least one random encounter, or you can force an encounter with the Garula and Garulettes up here in order to get your armor warp chain off here, free chain. So I'm going to use this and just basically take us all the way across the map here, as we now have to do an infiltration mission very similar to the Chapter 2 ending that we did, in order to get our car back. Albeit, stealing our car back, yes, less expensive than paying the impound fees and towing fees, still going to be a bit of a nuisance. So we'll have to plan properly for this one. As we get into here, Ignis is going to give us a little rundown. You know, the Imperial Army avails
The
itself.
Imperial Army has availed itself of the added protection. Entry will not be easy.
Madam and Eve, I like it. Vades and Gentlethems. Divine and Cosmic Emissaries of the planet Earth. Just gonna really kind of creep out my warp strikes there just to make sure I can get maximum movement. And anyway, we're gonna camp here. Now, very important, we're actually gonna talk about food. And not because I've run out of things to talk about, but because it is very important to the game. Oops. We're gonna have ourselves some plump and pungent tofu. Alphena, if you want to explain that one, I can cover our stealth tactics when we get in. You have a good bit of time to talk about food bonuses.
So earlier when we ate food at a camp, we didn't care about bonuses because we weren't going to get into any combat. So we ate was it flame broiled toast? Because it gives nothing. I don't think. Something low. I don't know. But plump and pungent tofu gives us the. Yes, I know what buffs are called. No, I don't really. Gives us the buff that it basically is going to half our HP.
Our goal is
90%
the last
nerf.
thing we want is to
90%.
engage an entire garrison.
Basically,
Full
yeah, you're about to
detection
see our
at
health
all
just
costs.
drop all the way down.
In and out before
However,
it gets light then.
and
Indeed. Even if it
the reason
means
that we
leaving
do
the
want it
task
is because it's
unfinished,
going to
we
highly
withdraw
increase
before we
our
overstay our welcome.
strength, and because it's basically going to scale our strength based on the level difference between us and the thing that we're fighting. And because we're very underleveled, it's going to
You're confusing
Close that
with the Garula.
I really am.
Yeah.
I confuse a lot of them.
So we're going to
Together on my signal.
it gives us 10%
Hold
experience, which is whatever. Boost strength and magic vault, drastically dropping our HP.
2.
I equipped
1.
ourselves here. I was trying to look up the name of the actual buff. I forget what it is.
Yeah, I don't remember the names of like any of the buffs.
Yeah.
Before the alarms
Oop,
raise.
I overshot that a little bit.
Stop.
That's kind of just an ongoing. They have names.
We're clear. Tread warily. All right. Hey.
Yeah, I forget what the actual status effect it gives you is. But it is rather cool. So we worry about, you know,
If we keep
the
to
cool thing with the Magitek Exo Suit is, well, I don't have to worry that my maximum health is 48. It's just not gonna matter. Here's one of my other favorite skips. Have you ever just completely skipped an entire room by just airing out over it? Big time save there because we don't have to sneak our way through it to avoid the cutscene trigger, which is what we used to do. Now we just warp right over it and the game doesn't even bother loading it.
There's the old girl. She's a
Nice.
real sight for
Is my
sore eyes.
VTS React not working? I'll have to try and fix that really quick. There we go.
Our new objective is to clear a path for the regalia.
Anyway, hey look, it's another mech, Alphena. It's gonna be a very difficult fight. Oh wait, we've done this before.
Yeah.
4 hit. I'm gonna try and go for another skip here. I just gotta get these 3 Magitek swordsmen out of the way as quickly as possible. Perfect, I can do this pre-cutscene. We got 1 reflex enhancer drop. That should get that entire area wiped. A 3rd Magitek booster, another muscle stimulant. I needed 1 muscle stim, 1 Magitek booster coming out of this area. And those are gonna be for Chapter 7. Chapter 6 magic is already taken care of. And that's it. I cleaned. Really? Well, occasionally weird things happen. Unfortunately, that was one of those circumstances. That dude had no HP and was running in circles. So basically, I'm pretty sure he died before he got loaded in, and I needed to push him to reload him. Little 5-second time loss. Unfortunately, out of my control. That really stinks. Oh well. Sometimes you get unlucky.
It is also possible to go a little too fast in this game, and the game kind of doesn't know what to do, and it has to figure itself out.
The fun thing is, I've been doing this run for so long, like, I have no problems doing, like, all the risky high-speed strats, because it's just like, oh, that didn't work. All right, I have the backup for it. Anyway, another mech to fight. Just kidding. There's this big old Magitek generator here. I'm just gonna break that and gonna summon the power of God. We're gonna pull ourselves out of here. Keep an eye on my drops just so I kind of know what I have. I really don't have much. Like, I don't have a surplus of drops, but I do have enough to get us through the run currently. Another muscle stim is good. Another muscle stim is good. Another muscle stim is good. Unfortunately, no other reflex enhancers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab... I have the option of grabbing 1 or 2 of the 3 following. I can get a muscle stim, a reflex enhancer, or a Magitek Booster. So for me, I'm definitely going to grab a Magitek Booster here, so that'll give me 2 for the late game, which means I have 1 for Chapter 7, which I will definitely need for my crazy strats that I pull off there. And I will also need as many as I can get for the late game. Muscle stims, basically the more of those I get, the better, because I can always use more of them. Make things go faster. I have those, and that's it. I can run back to the car now and just kind of get this cutscene up early. I have the power of God and anime, yes. And hey, we got our car back. Unfortunately, we probably lose a little bit of time because I just got a little unlucky with that enemy not despawning properly. Is what it is. If that's one of the bigger mistakes that happens in the run, who cares? And to be honest, it's not like I want to, you know, I feel like submitting a perfect PB pace marathon run is kind of really not what happens to me anyway. I'd rather take one of the runs where it's like decent and occasionally something horrible happens.
A little bit of the, that doesn't happen very often. So we kind of mentioned that you were about to have a summon. We don't really talk about the summons at all. We skipped the cutscene, which really is where everything happens in the cutscene. What's wrong? Cutscene for the summon, and basically they have these great big kind of charge ups that tell you that, hey, you're about to be able to summon, and then all of a sudden you go, hey, look, I summoned, and then everything is dead.
Yep. You know, not all the time, but at this early level, yeah, they're really powerful.
In general, we're not gonna see many. We see 2 guaranteed. That one and then one near the end. And then there's an occasionally we've gotten 1 or 2 in other spots in the run. Whether or not we take them is all kind of based on
situation.
Yeah. That one and then the one that I mentioned towards the end of the run, those ones are kind of required. Like, yes, we do actually have to take that.
Hi, Bubba. Welcome back.
Ready to kick some ass.
But if we don't have to, we're basically not gonna.
I am gonna run to the bathroom. I have to. Great time for donating. Cut out. Got some stuff on. There.
Looking at the regalia really reminds me of home.
It sure doesn't look like any of the cars you see around here.
And it's a lot roomier, too. I can't imagine trying to cram 5 people, including Gladdy, into one of those things. Have you ever ridden in one?
Can't say we have.
There was barely enough room for our luggage. Thank goodness you guys could give me a lift.
Think the others made it to Kayam all right?
This is one of our
we'll find out when we get there.
One of our driving sections that we have in the run. Makes a great time for donations plugs for some of our other marathons. I've taken small breaks if they've got a lot of runs going back to back. We're just kind of getting from point A to point B.
Whoa, check it out. See that?
Absolutely.
That's the Rock of
Anyone got any fake donations for me to read really quick? Or any questions on the run? Questions about me?
Thanks to Jared.
Or any other random things that we want to talk about?
Yeah, feel free, y'all.
It is still a normal stream.
Very much so a normal stream.
Thank you for driving, Ignis.
Pleasure.
Are you the only one that drives?
I can drive. And so can I.
It's not like
We're not going
to
to talk about the extremely unsafe practices that
wow, are they that
basically
bad?
everybody
Not
in this
bad at
car
all.
participates in.
But there's no way the big guy's
Cat Boy's
taking any
ravioli.
chances with his
No.
little sister in the car.
Ooh, 12-hour challenge announced February 6th, 4th to the 6th. I guess I got to do Ori and or Sonic.
I'm okay.
You are
Isn't that the same
sandwiched in back
weekend
there.
as
Have Prompto suffer instead.
Really, it's
The only
fine.
marathon?
No suffering
Probably.
here.
If you say so.
I can make it work, though. I just need to have either Alec or Sharky available.
And we're still, I know what, next week we're gonna get the
Game list.
ravioli
Ravioli.
schedule, I think at the same time.
Ravioli are not taco.
I got some bad news, guys.
Oh, great. Another floating fortress.
Let's pull over.
Knocked.
Relax. We've got this.
Ah. Ah.
I don't think I'm gonna do a 12-hour challenge.
I need to, so I can get one knocked off.
Yeah. I just don't
All
think
right.
I would do one this February.
Delivering justice for Jared.
Yep. Someone remind me and put it in the
I'll
Discord.
need you to wait here.
All right.
All right. So
Careful, knocked.
this is the
Only fools
basically
rush
the
in.
biggest
I
rest
suggest we
break
review
in
our
the
intelligence and
chapter,
devise
in
a
the game,
plan.
I would call it. It's also going to put us right at the halfway point of the run.
Seeing this far.
But we do have a bit of auto driving,
Those are conquering numbers.
and we have been stopped at this point because, well, while we were out getting our car back, apparently the Empire came in and they killed Jared. Poor Jared. Talcot's grandpa. They done him dirty,
Looks the same as before.
Looks can be deceiving.
We
took him
need
behind the
bullets.
woods.
They won't make it easy this time.
Tacos only have 3 sides. Yeah, ravioli are technically dumplings, also because they're made of dough. But now we are tasked with getting and exacting revenge by, well, we're going to infiltrate another facility. So this will be another stealth mission. Last time, we were like, we should probably use stealth. But it was like the standard RPG, like, oh, stealth is an option. Means, well, we're not going to stealth. This is actually a forced stealth section. We'll have a little bit of time here to kind of do some more plugs and catch up on donations if we have it. I can also explain some further things on any occasion. Anyway, we're going to get into this counter and out of it immediately. I basically just murked that dude, and that was it.
I don't know why, but it's one of my favorite little
Find the base targeting
movement
into two.
tech.
Oh yeah.
Knocked.
Yeah, just warp
You
strike
prepared?
and to climb the stairs.
Operation
It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Commander is
But
go.
if you ever actually watch it kind of slowly happening, you'll notice that Noct actually jumps off the rail too.
Yep.
The insolence
It's
of
just-
that
it's
up-jumped mercenary. And there is still no word. This cannot be borne. Such behavior besmirches his Radiance's good name.
That's
I forgot
our
to back
target.
him today.
Let's follow him. Seize him on my signal. Stay hidden till then.
Alright, so we're just gonna very stealthily just make our
I did not sign up for ASMR.
some ASMR. Monster. It's happening all the time. Sneak about.
How do I opt out of this?
I'm pretty sure I chose to opt out of this email. Thank you. All right, let's check our Ascension menu. I am way short on that, unfortunately, but I'm gonna make our I guess this is technically the strongest magic. We're in great shape for. I just need to carry it there. Re-equip a few things here. We're gonna basically be trying to boost our magic damage as high as we can. So I've re-equipped Mage Mashers. We've made a Quintcast Thundara, which I believe is a 99%er potency of 1.5. Ragnarok stays on. We've taken our jacket off of our royal raiment and are just going to be now forced to wait to get there. They're
Yeah.
all on your head.
We are 100% forced to wait.
That is okay. I have some chicken corn chowder. All right, chat. What is the best soup and why?
Potato. You can really customize potato to have almost anything with it.
Potato leek, potato bacon, potato leek bacon.
I've done potato with chicken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a customizable soup.
Well, I mean, is that because it's the soup? I would almost argue that it's on the potato because potatoes are almost infinitely customizable realistically. It's a great medium,
Yeah.
great base.
But that's why I say the best soup is potato soup. Because we can then do this. We're normally when you're doing this section of the game, you're following behind Caligo, who is telling you all about different things going on with the Empire, especially this one lady, Commodore
Highwind.
He doesn't seem to like her that much. Makes me dislike him more.
Mm-hmm. He comes off as a tad bit misogynistic.
You know, little things like that. So we're just kind of... You're supposed to be basically getting all that information by listening to him complain about her. But because this is a speedrun and we don't want to put up the opportunity of really failing, we just come to the end of the path as quickly as possible and kind of wait on the auto-scroller to catch up. That's why we're just standing here staring at this building. We're really just watching the quest marker come towards us. Oh, this is, maybe we'll be out of here soon.
Perfect amount of filler. He is here, and he is ready to be taken down.
Closing from behind.
We're gonna close in from behind.
Remember,
Sure.
we need him alive. Don't worry. You're in fine form. Keep it up.
I also have a popsicle.
Looks like they've set to work. I'll escort him off the base. You will group with the others.
It is, in fact, lime flavored.
Guess it's time to let loose.
All right, we're gonna hit this here. I'm very, very carefully keeping an eye on how much MP I have, especially due to the fact that I was not able to get an ability early. I have to be careful about my MP usage. I'm also going to try and stay in the air. If you notice, I can get some pretty serious damage there, as long as I'm making direct contact with shield, generator, hopefully get a good damage roll there, and we are out of it. Yo, what's up, Log? You missed Loki. You were late by about an hour and 15 minutes. Anyway, Ignis is going to give us a dialogue about, oh, we did a great job. Let's get out of here. Great job. But for me, we're going to start running out. And I want to make sure I have this magic equipped. We're going to have to fight Aranea. It can be very tricky, especially if things go wrong. Fortunately for us, Noctis is not going to warp strike right away. We're going to have it easy. We're going to get all 5 casts off there, avoid the bad luck, and I warp strike just for safety. But yeah, that was Aranea. Everyone say hi to Aranea. Say bye to Aranea.
Sorry,
well, maybe
but this girl doesn't work after hours. I could, but there wouldn't
be
a single gill in it for me.
Wowee!
Oh, we should play again sometime.
I like her because she calls me pretty. Big fan.
Who the hell was she?
Really are a simple creature.
I am a very simple creature. Not okay.
I'm still worried. I imagine she.
But we shouldn't keep.
That just means she likes what I like. Oh, there's a ferret. Look at her booty. Look at her booty. Wiggle booty.
You're back. Did you kick their asses?
Ooh,
Oh,
here said the bad
day's
word.
work.
Hey, mind if I hang in your guys' room for a bit?
And this wraps up the first half of Chapter 6, and to be honest, it's about halfway through the game.
Good morning.
Hi.
Morning! So, this is like one of the last, not last per se, but this is another good time to get those donations and plugs in for the marathon.
And away we go.
Chapter 7 is going to be very, very hot and heavy. I have a lot going on in that chapter and a lot to explain. Chapter 8's really quick. So the next time you can kind of get to stuff is in Chapter 9, realistically.
I could have gone another round.
Given her prowess, you should be glad you didn't.
Yeah, that Loki guy was nothing compared to her.
Though we may not have fared so well without the Marshal.
Think things would have gone differently if he were here now?
I'm trying to figure out why Mew was
She offered to play
up here
again.
bothering me. That I
Maybe
took
we'll get
time.
the chance to find out.
Actually, while we do this section, I'm gonna leave you for a few minutes and go feed Mew before she decides to be annoying about her food.
No worries. Anyway, one thing that does stay current in this game is the fact that no one practices any sort of vehicle. It's a freaking travesty. Anyway, if y'all have anything to comment on,
Is it me or is this place begging to be explored?
Never been one to turn down an
or fake donations you want me to read, or questions to ask about the run, now's a great time to do it.
Just find what we're looking for here.
So we can fill the air. Bam, bam,
Are
bam,
you guys
bam.
excited to visit Altisha or what?
I guess.
I'm so jealous.
We're not going on vacation.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Iris?
Something wrong?
What? No, I'm fine. I'm not jealous. I just had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. But that'll all be in the past once we hit Kayam.
What are you talking about?
We can hang out anytime, right?
Yeah.
Let's pull over for a sec.
How come?
I gotta give the driver a break every now and then.
If you say so.
Wonder why no one ever thought of that before.
Because no one ever had little sister along for the ride.
All right. So we'll have that car pass us. I haven't mentioned much of it, but there are a few benefits from camera
Smells like
manipulation
there's
here.
Salt in there.
Sea breeze. We're on the water.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Picture perfect.
Being able to manipulate the camera and save load times is really important in this. I know it sounds really, really, really lame, but it does add up, in fact, to the run. Chapter 7 is actually my favorite chapter coming up here. It's going to be a lot of hot and heavy movement, a lot of warp striking, and we're going to have some encounter skips, some deloading, and we're also going to skip an entire boss of a dungeon, which is really, really, really cool.
Wow. Look at that bridge up ahead.
Some piece of work right there.
The rivers run wide out here, so
Doing an
bridges run
exercise of
long.
any kind, no matter how intense, is enough to boost your mood and decrease feelings of cabin fever, Bubba. Yeah, exercise helps you eliminate cabin fever.
Want to get a closer look?
At what?
All right. And we're coming up to our final destination here. Glad y'all are lurking and enjoying. Hope it's a terrific time for y'all. I might work on some glitch work after this.
Knocked?
On occasion. What occasion?
I do my part. I always set the table.
That's some arrangement you guys have here.
All right. Pick some tunes because it'll be the last tune of the run.
Thanks for the lift, Ignis.
That's right.
My pleasure.
We're halfway through the run, and this is pretty much the last time we'll have the car. Once we get to Chapter 7, it's all over. All right.
We made it.
Very, very nice. And we're going to try and manipulate Cindy as well. I want to get her up to a certain position where we have the quickest path to the end of the chapter. We're just going to make our way through here.
Timing, I have.
Yeah, I know, right? Perfect.
Ought to be a nice view.
What's up?
Anyway,
Quiz, y'all.
come to Brazil!
It was fun.
All right, so we're gonna start bumping Cindy up this path. I'm gonna actually jump around her in order to get her to run as much as possible. I'm gonna try and keep Ignis away from her, and I'm also gonna try and basically shove her up these stairs as fast as I can. Please don't do this to your friends. This is how accidents happen. I also don't recommend jumping up and down uneven stairs. It's just a recipe for disaster. She almost got stuck there, but we're gonna keep pushing her up. Yeah?
Dustin and Monica.
Go. Stop stopping.
Managed to gather just about everything.
I mean, to be fair, if you catch a flying knee in the back, I'm sure you'll start running too.
Trouble is, they ain't had much luck.
All right, cool. So she's basically going to explain to us, like, hey, so plot-wise in the game, we have a boat. Our dad left us his, like, yacht. It's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it does need a little bit of work, including a piece of mithril, and she basically is detailing to us that, hey, you need to go to this place called Staylif Grove, where there's apparently a piece of mithril hidden down in the dungeon. How they know that specifically, well, we'll just use the same answer we do for everything that we don't know in this game. Or did it. Anyway, unfortunately for us, our boy Gladio is having a bit of an identity crisis and kind of doubting his ability as a shield. So he's going to leave us for a minute and go do his DLC. We'll say goodbye, Gladio. Goodbye.
So, yeah, gonna have to ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
I got some business.
Don't come back with any new scars or anything.
Yeah, right. Just don't come back with any more excuses to wear even less clothing than I do, Gladio.
Gonna be long? Not long enough for you to miss me.
Gaming.
Fucking thing sucks.
The number of people that probably went from like, oh hey, this is his base outfit. Everybody else, when I go to no jacket, they just take their jacket off of what they're wearing.
Yeah.
Thinking that they were gonna get shirtless Gladio, and then all of a sudden he has a t-shirt appear out of nowhere, and they're like, wait.
Yeah, what? That's not what I signed up for. The hell? All right, so like I said, this is the last time we're actually going to have full control of the car. So all of the cries of, oh, boy band driving simulator. Well, you can really count. We've probably only spent maybe 10 to 15 minutes in the car. It does not take up a large majority of this game or the speed run. But I have manual control of the car, so I think this is one of the most tech-heavy chapters. And how I play it really depends on what drops we have. For me, I'm going to start with the tech already. We're going to be trying to save as much time as possible, but I'm going to zoom the camera out as far as possible. The goal here is to actually get an encounter to load in as quickly as possible. The reason for this is I have to despawn it. So I need it to load in so I can despawn it and continue our drive. But there's also a item I need to pick up here. The item is a platinum ingot. It's worth 10,000 gil and pretty much provides us everything we need for the rest of the run. So while maintaining this really tight driving line, I'm gonna start zoning this camera out. I want the encounter to show up right in that curve. I'm gonna take the wide line here. There it is. Perfectly stopped. Got really, really lucky. Made it happen exactly where I needed to. And we're going to warp over here. We're going to grab our platinum ingot. And I'm going to take a few warp strikes out here. And that should deload that encounter far enough away that it won't respawn before we get to where we need to. So we're back to the Regalia. I'm going to swap this over to a manual map point. Park the car right there. That's close enough. And I'm going to start getting to work here. I'm going to sell off pretty much everything that I can. I'm going to go in and buy 99 sheep's milk here.
What do you say we take a
Prompto is going to interrupt me, and now I'm also going to have to try and manually make this turn because sometimes the game forgets.
Oh, man.
Have to change our music back. Way to the World's good, but we need to let people know about the Song of Ancient. Anyway, going back to it, I'm going to buy these sheep's milk, and then we're going to actually open the main menu here, which is weird because we're in the middle of a speed run. But I am going to make at least a Phyra here. I need it to be 150 potency. I'm going to equip our Blizzara, back to the Airstep Sword and the actual Royal Raiment, because I will need it for the amount of movement. Now we have enough MP, we can grab Warp Factor 2 there as well, which greatly increases our Warp Strike damage. I'm going to continue selling everything I can off here. The good news for me is I rerouted this game quite a few times. So I used to have to figure out if I was going to do ring or no ring by about this point. But I've gotten good enough at the game that it actually really doesn't matter anymore. I can run both of them the same way. And I'm going to do that.
We get the ring.
Yep, pretty much. So yeah, we can run that one super late. I didn't practice the photo incentives, but I'm not worried about that. I can do that literally whenever. Those are actually still in the notes. Yo, thank you, Quinn. How are you? Yeah, please feel free to interact with us as you would normally. I'm just throwing this out there so Alphena and I have a good recording that we can submit. Whenever whenever I want to throw this to a marathon, it's right there. I don't have to hurry and make a new one. I currently have no marathon submissions open, so it's like perfectly great. Anyway, very important to get this encounter because things can get weird. That's one of like the most common strategy points. For whatever reason, your party is really on your behind right there. They will grab you the second they can. Yo, what's up, Kai? How are you, dude? Welcome.
We're nervous because there's no gladding.
Yep. I'm nervous. And we're going to continue making our way over here to Staleth Grove. So we've already had driving manipulation. We've had encounter manipulation as well as a despawn. What else could I have in my bag of tricks? Well, how about abusing items in order to make a run so insanely quick that no one else is in the same neighborhood as me time-wise with it? We can stack that up with literally despawning a dungeon chapter boss, or rather, manipulating our movement to the point where it doesn't even have the ability to spawn. Anyway, I'm going to talk to this guy. He has one sword I need, which is the Ice Brand. A couple enemies that we'll face from here on out to the end of the game actually are weak to ice, and we will abuse that. Yo, what's up, Satana? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, feel free to like call out fake donations, ask questions about the run, do whatever. Just treat it as a normal stream. I'm just going to be providing extra commentary over the top for it. So basically, we're just simulating a full marathon run, because it's basically what I do every night, except I'm just not cursing or talking about anything inappropriate.
Just watch yourselves in there.
All right, thank you, Aaron. All right, the guy wearing the white coat, Alphena, what's his name?
Search until sundown.
Yep.
Won't do you any good. Hold down the.
What kind of place was this?
They are color inverted in this game. You have wigs and bed, or wigs and, or bigs and wed. Element C, we'll do it this way. Gonna make myself another magic. This one's gonna be a big boy version of our standard 99 sheep's milk. As you can tell, pretty strong, but I'll need it that way. We're gonna bring out another weapon here that we haven't seen before. We picked it up in Chapter 4, but that is the Blade of the Mystic. It has a really cool attack that you'll see later. It also has the ability to buff your strength. As you can tell, it's posted right there.
You appeared to be on good terms.
But yes, Biggs and Wedge, perennial favorites and characters within the Final Fantasy franchise, are very easy to identify in this one, whereas Biggs wears white and Wedge wears black, so it's easy to remember which one is just at a glance.
Fall on our heads without warning.
Yeah, so watch your step.
I've only forgotten that 100.
Beautiful beyond words.
That is pretty neat. Company!
But this chapter is very, very... What? Very interesting there. We got a failed cast. I was hoping I wouldn't have to explain one of those. Unfortunately, we have something called a squib cast. That's going to lose us about 5 to 10 seconds here, unfortunately. The unfortunate thing with the way the magic system works is it's never guaranteed. You have at maximum a 99% chance per cast for it to go off successfully. I got the first cast off. I got the 1% chance that the second one wouldn't. So had to go back and take care of those two enemies because they were moving while the cast failed. So that's a rough one. Yo, Youngest Bloodus, thank you for the 20-month resub. My guy. What's it like being so incredibly awesome?
What do you think it is?
Nice. Love guessing games.
Turns out
All right, that's all nice and good. I am going to focus on this if you want to explain what the heck is going on here.
Now, something not quite right with the Empire lately.
Is it safe?
I wasn't just, you know,
Perfect.
decided to eat chips randomly.
Yep, no worries.
This is a skip
Whatever I want.
called
I was a mercenary once.
which basically
Maybe I'll round up
the ground
my
is
men
going to
and
disappear
demons.
underneath of us, except we're gonna jump over it because we're
What
cool
about
like
the
that.
Empire strikes you?
Very
You're
precise
supposed
strike.
to.
The Emperor
Today it
and
is.
High Command.
You're supposed to fall down when the bridge disappears, but he said no.
Livelier
When
by
you get
the
to this part
second.
where they
Come on, then.
put a giant block in your way and go, look, if you might have skipped the first one, you're not skipping this one.
Yeah, what's really important about that skip is I have a... Are you for real? All right, so another weird failure here. The Iron Giant decided that it wasn't going to stay where it's supposed to. That's awful. This is very, very, very unfortunate. Like, I have 33 seconds to save, and I'm going to be lucky if I save more than 10 at this point. Just a lot of really bad luck, unfortunately. So I don't get the skip here. You want to talk about your favorite part? And then I'll catch up with chat.
This is one of my favorite things about this game. Don't ask me why, it just is. But when we were coming back up from that little pit where the fight went wrong because Iron Giant was rude, Prompto sang a little stairs they go on, wherever they go on.
Maybe we shouldn't.
The localization teams for this game are so fantastic that when they changed the lyrics over for the French version, at least I think it's also the German, but we don't run German so often that I forget. But at least for the French version, to make the lyrics still work, they changed the tune just slightly so that it's actually the Final Fantasy Victory fanfare. For the record, the German is considerably slower.
It is. I actually told the new runner, I'm drawing a blank right now because it's mid-combat, but I was like, yeah, German's 2 minutes slower. He's like, what? I was like, yeah, German's 2 minutes slower. Like, at least. Anyway, tough series of fights here. I'm also just kind of putting my head down to hopefully try and gain some time back here. But a lot of Ragnarok Warp Strike abuses coupled with a muscle stim usage as well as a Magitek Booster. I'm going to try and tuck myself in here as tight as possible and prevent Noctis from stepping to the right bit. The goal here is to stay as left as possible, and if you do everything right and as quick as you can and get bridge skip, you will be rewarded with the most fearsome boss in the game, the Invisible Quetzalcoatl. Anyway, Honor, thank you so much. 11 months. That is almost an entire year. Thank you for the resub. We got a couple fake donations here. I've been watching GDQ since its inception. Just now have the money to donate. Donation goes to Runner's Father's Barber's Choice. Shout outs to that. Hey guys, long-time viewer, fourth-time viewer. It gives me great joy to view a great cause. Greetings from the grub. P.S. Save the grub, kill the viewer. What?
that concludes our business here.
Hey guys, first time Hoper, lasted time believer. This donation goes to the runner's running shoes of Running +2. I actually do have a pair of running shoes. I haven't worn them in a while. Anyway, this is not the best I could have hoped for, unfortunately.
Congrats. You've still got...
I think that's honestly the first time we've actually had, like, the Iron Giant just straight up leave. Also, Cloud, what's up? It's early. How are you?
It's not the first time it's happened, but it's the first time it's happened in over a year.
I haven't had it in ages, to be honest. We'll still save time here. It's just, I would definitely count this as that's a first time for me in a marathon type deal. So definitely a little bit outside of the norm as far as like time losses. Like I would not expect or write that one down. Squibcast, yeah, at least it happened like not at Aranea, but still a little unfortunate there. But the Iron Giant also deciding to run off, I think, is a little ridiculous.
Sometimes this game
is just silly.
Laughs at you.
It's just bullshit.
This game always laughs at me. I am targeted by bullying.
By a video game.
Our boy Funtcase was in Harrisburg last night and is traveling to New Haven. Oof, that's a bit of a bus ride.
Rise and shine, Prince Charming. We're here.
She called me Prince Charming.
Sounds like a spot.
Welcome to Chapter 8. Literally nothing matters here. I am 100% serious. Nothing freaking matters. It is such a joke. You have zero control over it.
We got this.
Good luck, boys.
Literally nothing matters. You just hope you get lucky.
So, Arne gave us a ride back to Lestalem.
Yep.
And
gosh, she's so nice. I just wanted to stomp on me. What?
Yeah, so while here, she was
Anyway.
like, hey, they need some help over at the power plant. I mean, I would, but I wouldn't be making any money, and that's a problem.
True. I get it, girl. Get that bag.
She's very transparent about how she makes her money and that she's not going to work for free. I don't blame her.
Acquire that wheat, gamers. Anyway, quick little menu.
There's a hunter who went in right ahead
So she tells us maybe you can go and help him out. You seem like the helpful sort.
But two of you should be fine.
We'll try.
And a little heads up. We're getting some
So we go and we meet up with. They're like, oh, well, we only have one more of these outfits because there's somebody else that already went in.
Prompto and Noctis are basically the same size. Just as a reminder, Prompto's only like 2-3 inches short.
So we're like, yeah, all right. And they're like, there's another guy that just went in. You'll meet up with him. So we meet up with them and we head down in here to this fight. I hate this fight.
It's awful. I have the fastest time and one of the slowest times ever.
It's not challenging, really. It's just annoying. So there's two enemy types in here. We have goblins, we have Garcimaceras.
I'm okay with this. I just need him to stay. Perfect. This will get both.
The thing with Garcimaceras is they like to move around.
As you can see.
And when they move around, sometimes they move out of our magic cast.
Also, curved surfaces kind of don't make sense in this game. Sometimes you can warp through them, sometimes you can't.
Yeah. So, the Garcimaceras just become very annoying. Goblins are moving around, but really we just have to hit them.
I need to actually wait.
The goblins are far less of the issue than the Garcimaceras are.
That is literally as clean as it can get without doing anything absurd like doubles and triples. We got one double, but like this is pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
Gluten intolerant gamers, y'all can have tapioca flour. Yeah, we got really lucky.
Great work.
Sure.
Did I make
So the one and
Yeah, flat bread.
gluten-free.
Knocked.
Say,
So he made it.
All right, so well, Iris is gonna talk to us. I'm just gonna go back to the car. I got things to do. We have the interesting thing is while we were clearing that out, they were actually able to refine the mithril we needed, so we can fix the boat, which means fishing. Heck yeah,
We still gotta
fishing.
get married first.
I can go fishing along the way.
Go
Look,
get married first.
look. I mean, we're already gonna be taking the boat, so like, what Lunafreya doesn't know isn't gonna hurt. Okay, it's just a little innocent fishing trip.
I didn't hear that.
Aw, don't be that way. It's different when a girl cooks for you.
The cool thing is coming up on after all of this, we have one more skip, which is the Seaside Supermodel skip. It's another dialogue skip that prevents us from getting grabbed. That's all I'm going to say about it. We don't talk about it. It's a very sore subject. One thing we will have, though, coming up is a nice little, again, break for some plugs and some donation readings. I'll get to some of the fake ones in chat in just a minute here. But basically, we are now en route to Altisha, well past the halfway point of the run. At this point, the game's definitely going to start to streamline quite a bit, as we basically almost get on rails.
We've already been a little bit on rails, but it's really gonna
Yeah, like
be more on rails.
casually, you've had a choice. At this point, we're starting to get to the point where casually you do not have a choice until like near the end of the game. Like before the game's like, all right, this is it. And we'll very, very much tell you, hey, this is it. But to be fair, you can also just reload it, like basically make a continue save or a new game save, a new game plus save after that. All right, I'm gonna bully some of our friends in the elevator here. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for hanging out with us tonight. I know this is unconventional and might feel a little bit weird, but feel free to keep interacting with us. Thank you for the resubs, the biddies, donos. Y'all are out of control. All right, one important thing you can't miss here, gotta grab this Heliodor bracelet. We've actually been wearing the same accessory that Dino gave us since chapter 1, basically, because it is actually that good. Now we have a second one that is slightly better to help complement it, as I'm going to have to make a little bit of changes to our attire. Pretty good chapter here. We'll say goodbye to everybody. This is my backup picture here as well, because if I forget to save a photo of someone, it's right there. Pretty much everybody is there.
Or if we didn't RNG a couple of them.
Yeah, whoopsies. All right, little load screen here. We got one. Hey, streamer, 54th time donator. Did you know PayPal makes you reset your password after too many donos? Anyway, here's Wonderwall. Congrats on the sub 4. Yep, I've had to, me and my PayPal, always at odds with each other, really. So we'll be introduced to the wonderful land of Altisha. This chapter, surprisingly, is a lot of just running around, almost fetch quest style, coming back and forth, abusing our ability to warp, and probably one of the coolest boss fights in the run, in my opinion. Pulling this off takes a lot of skill and practice, and leaves all the fellas jealous. Ugh.
Also, this chapter does require us to remember the 2 rules of this game, so please, I hope you're paying attention when we went over them.
Yeah.
There will be a quiz here shortly.
Also, what kind of ramen you get, Youngblood? I saw you talking about ramen. What you get?
Does this vessel have an entry permit?
Entry permit?
Relax. I got one. Here.
That's as old
Who's
as they
good over
get.
there?
Me? Yeah, you know it.
Pass.
Just hearing all the noises.
Yeah, just making noises.
Prepared in advance.
Could say that. 30-odd years ago.
That's what the guy meant by old.
Lucky us, huh?
Gonna zoom out so y'all can take a majestic look at this city that was in no way, shape, or form inspired by any real place on planet Earth. Nope, couldn't possibly be.
We've had the absolute joy of having Spiro hang out and chat with us and tell us beautiful things like, yeah, that was totally based on exactly where you think it was.
I don't know how that actually works. LOL is one of my favorites.
My favorite though is that the
immigration
Citadel is based on it's a Japanese governmental
the Tokyo Diet building. My favorite line is, oh yeah, I haven't played this game. Develops the entire game, never plays it.
Has no idea how story or combat works.
Still a fabulous human though, nonetheless. Hey, I'm gonna actually move my way very particularly through this city in order to avoid a lot of dialogue cutscenes. Sneak in one quick donation. Here's another donation going to my favorite speedrunner, Neil Armstrong, who got the world record for moon percent. Incentive goes to Gladio's Cup Noodle Addiction.
How are you today?
Cool. This is the last shop of the game.
Till next time.
I'm going to buy 7 Power EXs, which are basically the Empire's version of muscle stems, except they're synthetic. They also give you half of the strength boost, but last twice as long. So it's kind of a balance. Anyway, hey, it's Gentiana. We're going to pop in and say hello to her for the main reason of interacting with her counts as resting at the hotel for whatever reason. Counts as a rest point. So that's going to allow us to actually warp back here after we finish talking with Wescom, who, as it turns out, was part of our dad's royal party back in the day, just like Sid was.
Gentlemen,
and Core.
It has been a pleasure.
Weird.
Why do we keep hanging out with all of our dad's old friends anyway?
Because we suck at making friends because we're an antisocial emo kid.
Welcome to Accordo, lads.
That's why we brought Prompto.
Sid mentioned you'd be...
Yeah. So welcome back, Neo. How have you been, friendo? I would highly recommend playing this game. This game's a treat. And usually it's on sale like once a month, either on PSN or Steam or both. Anyway, Wescom's going to be like, hey, what questions do you have? How can I help you? And in our traditional speedrun fashion, we're just going to be like, no. It's all right. Say no more. Anyway, this is Camellia Clinton, Merkel, Angela, whatever. She looks like a blend of a bunch of politicians.
Oh, yeah, I think we'll do just that.
Anyway, back to the rest point. We're going to go meet up with Camellia, and I will get to that dono.
Well, guess we need to go talk to Camellia.
Yeah, like we have...
Nice and easy, though. Personally, I enjoy this area of the game. I especially love doing the hunts here, because for some reason, I just can read the map really well, even though it has absolutely no elevation. I'd like to thank Nier Automata for teaching me that skill. And just my brain for basically memorizing this map without actually taking up any storage space. It's one of those weird things that I don't know it off the top of my head until you throw me into it, and I'm like, yeah, I know exactly where to go. Why do you ask? Anyway, we're going to have a little chit-chat with Camellia, and remember, Rule 1, Rule 2. I don't remember any of these people. Who are you?
It's moments like that I really appreciate having your dad in chat.
Thank you for coming.
Of course, as with any diplomatic discussion, and I cannot stress this enough as someone who has had to do this before, the best way to start your discussion is ask the Prime Minister if she's banging the bartender.
I, for one, am here for
Wait,
business.
what?
All
right.
Have changed.
I like it. It's a very aggressive opening.
Again, what was Rule 1, everyone?
Hey, be a jerk.
I want to see her now.
So hasty. Surely you can.
I love Crazy Taxi. I don't even know if you can play that, though.
Now,
That's
let
probably
me
a
ask some
DMCA
questions
mic.
of my own.
You're talking about the
Why
original.
does the Oracle seek to awaken the Hydrian?
Bubba, you napping?
Doesn't matter why she's doing this.
So the Oracle can do
Did
as
she
she
actually?
pleases. A precarious attitude to take before God. Let me be frank. The potential chaos worries
He was
me.
now a chicken.
You know better than most what took place in Lucis with the Archean. Tell me, what happened?
Big guy woke up and went on a trip.
The big guy woke up and went on a trip.
Really, a mild way to put it. It will most likely come to war.
Oh, she's not actually dead.
However, I don't care to host a battle on my soil. The gods and the Empire be damned.
What?
What? Oh, we're talking about
What you
NCIS.
can do when it comes to gods.
It's the episode where Ziva dies, quote unquote.
Nothing worth to contribute? Without further ado, let us talk terms.
Let us talk terms.
If you wish to hold the right, you must ensure my citizens.
I was once told by my father that the lap dance is so much better when the stripper's Brian.
Nah, can't be bothered.
Come now, we both know you want the right.
Yeah, The Offspring did the entire soundtrack, which makes it great, but that means I literally
That is
cannot
not
play it
all.
on Twitch.
Once the right has begun, I will not be accountable for what follows.
Well, you can.
You are on your own.
Well, that puts us in a bucket.
Well, that puts us in a bind.
Likewise, let me rephrase. When the rite concludes, you are responsible for the Oracle's welfare. That is all for the terms. To review, you are to ensure our citizens' safety.
I
and
really,
engage
I
the
wish
Empire.
Makoto actually
We have an
streamed
agreement.
so she could get like affiliate, so she could just make like her 3 emotes be come to Brazil.
You a favor.
That would be hilarious.
A final warning, though I doubt it'll come to it. My duty is to my citizens. Should any harm befall them, there will be a reckoning. For both King
and Oracle. Do what you must to protect your people.
All right. You do what
Best
you must
line in
for
the
your
game
people.
here.
You're
Our
just
option
like your
is to,
father.
we're going to select the option to say thanks, Noctis.
Thanks.
You've
Thanks.
made the right
Attaboy.
decision.
Anyway, let's get to some of these fake donations here.
Assign 3
Hi everyone,
people
Not
to the
Yeti here. A
evacuation
long-time
effort.
donator, first-time watcher. I am donating my first unborn child for a good cause. Incentive goes to saving Luna. Looking forward to see her broken combat style in the final fight. Actual greetings from Germany. Hey, and thank you for the 1 million Zimbabwean dollar donation. Super appreciate it. Well, Sharky donates basically a bunch of tire rubber, saying, "Welcome to Venice. Please put this photo incentive bid towards the Italian Prime Minister, Tifa Lockhart. Greetings from the Archean." Well, we only have her available from behind or on her back, so... Shout outs to the Italian Senate. Glad to know they are classy and keeping it together.
Of course. You certainly opened up to them, though.
What can I say?
There are things
I have a
like
soft
I
spot
really
for the
wish I
young
didn't know about.
I am so full
They've
of
lost
incredible
Regis.
references.
They've
It's
lost the
just
crystal.
not possible, no?
Was it so long ago the last oracle was taken from them? We've seen the Empire go mad these 10-odd years.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Beautiful, beautiful gondola ride.
During the rite, we must see to it the Empire does not harass Leviathan.
Gonna be tough to pull off before the king receives her power.
And with 3 of us on evacuation detail.
Indeed.
I feel like
best we
Prompto
can
is the most comfortable
realistically
one
do
on the
is to
start.
help the Hydrian help herself.
What kind of help you talking about?
Just like Titan, the Empire will seek to immobilize Leviathan.
Oh, with the harpoon things?
If we can dislodge them from the goddess, she will have a fighting chance.
Sounds good in theory, but don't push it. It's pointless, unless you can get that blessing.
yeah, it
Stay
is
flexible, stay
quite
alert.
All right,
beautiful.
deal.
You know I got lines for days. Why do you think my eyes are brown? Because I'm so full of it. Yeet. All right, so we're heading into one of my favorite boss fights here. It is a long series, much like Chapter 7, going to be coupling together a couple of skips. We're going to get Phase 0 skip on Leviathan, where I'm going to skip part of her intended mechanic, and then we're also going to skip the third phase of the Leviathan fight by very, very fine-tuning our damage and our position in order to make things work out for us. If you saw earlier, I actually put on an outfit you haven't seen. I put on my casual outfit, no jacket. I also swapped our accessories to the Garnet bracelet and the Heliodor bracelet to boost our physical damage just enough that I want to be sitting right in a very specific damage range.
Talk about a crowd.
Ironically, this fight and chapter is faster at level 1. The way the damage works, we actually completely stun lock Leviathan through the entire fight, which is the fastest way to do it. Unfortunately, I haven't figured out a way to do it in any percent, which is awkward, but who knows? We'll figure it out one day.
I can see him.
Dropships are closing in on the board.
But first, we have to employ rule number 2.
Okay, look after the citizens.
Look both ways before crossing the street.
It begins. Sometimes it's faster to do nothing.
Here, we're gonna have a whole lot of nothing to do in this next cutscene. Once I get through it. Wait for my music cue. I have to time this skip pretty precisely, otherwise things go wrong. Perfect. All right. So now the goal is to not interact with any of the enemies and just get out of here as quickly as possible. I'm also looking for an audio cue to make sure that I'm technically out of combat.
Most likely.
Anyway, this dude's gonna go right up the gut, so I gotta move around him. Nice grab there. Perfect. Anyway, this is Leviathan. Let's get into this fight.
What about you guys?
We'll wait below. There's only room for 2.
Knocked! Jump!
What?
No time for questions!
Whoop. Perfect.
What was this?
New ride we borrowed from the Nifs. This will get us in close.
Serious?
Here she comes.
I got this.
I'll get as close as I can. Then it's up to you.
All right. Won't be long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very weird. I have to like kind of buffer that one.
Hey, nice job finding this baby.
The moment I saw her, I knew we'd go places. Not again.
Not making this easy.
Hold on tight. Dude, don't let go.
That's up.
And gonna warp strike here.
Knocked. Can you reach?
I have a lot to say with this fight. I just like sitting back and watching it. I will say there's that there's an option right here about whether to I think it's request her power, demand her power. We don't want to demand her power.
Because I need your power.
Well, when we request it, we're nice, and
when we demand it, we're mean. We're stinky.
Yeah, and you know, while it's worked for us to go faster that way, because you know people don't want to be in conversation with us, it does also mean that they get mad at us, and we don't need the boss and rage before the fight even starts.
Anyway,
Just saying.
phase 1 skip. And now we get into one of my favorite and more technical boss fights of the run, probably the most technical. Smash through this, and very, very precisely, I'm gonna do 3 things in order. I'm gonna open the menu, eat a power EX, move left, and then start attacking. I need to buffer the inputs so they start going off at the right time. Oh boy. Finger slipped and I made a mistake. We should be able to recover, though. Our damage just might be a little bit on the low side. Finger slipped and hit triangle, which was not good.
Oh, no.
It's all good. Just going to blast as much as I can into this, get myself positioned. So now the goal is to avoid all of the quick time events that are going to be happening. I'm just going to position myself about midway into the area so I can move back as far as I need. Looking like a good setup here. Perfect. So this should now give us the death spiral. I need her to stay up. I'm going to avoid that next one, and we are in great space. She decided to dive underwater, which was unfortunate, but I should do enough here to grab her. Perfect. Not the most optimal because she did dive underwater, but we took no damage and took 0 cutscenes and did 0 physical attacks. So that's about as quick as it can get. So I'm just going to wait now. That's it. That's the entire Leviathan fight. I know some of y'all at home struggled, but for here, we're easy. Another donation to say, did you know that in terms of male human and female god relations, that Leviathan is the most compatible god with humans? That's weird. You're a furry. Sixers were up 24, now down 2 with 1:21 left. Sounds like a Philadelphia sports team if I've ever heard one. And nice and easy here. Thankfully, we have a nice audio cue at the end of this when we have a sequence of cutscene skips, with Noctis saying literally, it's done. Thanks, Noctis. What Vaporeon mean? What are we talking about? Aren't there a bunch of like Roman and Greek goddesses that are definitely human shaped? Yeah, I know that it would technically be a scaly, okay? I'm trying to do marathon commentary here. Come on. Ugh, sir, get your mind out of the gutter.
I mean, there's the whole thing with Zeus and
That just makes no fucking sense.
being a goose and
bullshit.
Why am I a gremlin? It's not me. It's all Quinn's fault. Gotta pull it out. My dad's getting the hammer. Please, can we avoid me having to explain to my dad what furries and scalies are? I literally beg of you. You all need Jesus. You know what?
What has gotten into you? What are you doing? You used to be subtle. You don't even care anymore. You don't even care anymore, do you?
Shame. Shame and humiliation upon all of you, except those of you that are into that. And I guess, good job. Keep up the great work. Whatever.
what if they're into both?
I have nothing to say. There. Straight ignore it.
This is your chat.
I did nothing wrong. I'm just trying to play video games on the internet, and people are talking about their scalies and Vaporeons. Anyway, one cool addition as the game has continued to be updated is we used to have to sit through these rather long train rides, which is cool because it shows off the environment and there's a bunch of cool stuff in the train that you can get, some pretty useful items, in fact. But you know what's more useful in a speedrun? Saving like 1.5 minutes. It's true.
One step closer to finding
All
the
right.
next tomb.
So I heard that people were maybe looking for really cool skips. Y'all like Out of Bounds? Let's do some more Out of Bounds. This is chapter 10. It has been renovated, redone. rescheduled and actually redesigned 3 or 4 times since this game came out, which is pretty interesting. But a lot of people were struggling trying to figure it out. And, like, the game admittedly wasn't very, very clear on what you were supposed to do at first. So they made it a little bit more hand-holdy because it is a big area. The map is tough to read if you're not like very good at topographical maps. But don't worry, we have a quicker way. Due to some of the level design and hitboxes, we're actually going to abuse some items that really shouldn't have hitboxes but do, and basically skip the entire level right into the boss layer. So that'll be cool. Hi, Kios. This is Wendy's. We'll give you $1,000 to Médecins Sans Frontières every time you send one of your confused yet lovable friends to Burger King instead. Please, it's time. I can Grubhub Burger King right now. I'm calling your bluff. Anyway, hey, remember that cool camera trick? Guess what we're going to use again? Am I going to get the short skip? I am going to get the short skip. Nice. So we're just going to return to entrance, which is something that the game has automatically done for us a few times, but you can force it manually. You get spun around a bit. And I'm going to take this air step sword and warp strike onto this drill, and then out into this gaping chasm. Wow, we got all of that one. I'm going to attack right there really quick to avoid falling through the bottom of the map. We're going to grab magic level 2, which is going to give us... let me just... this. It's going to give us magic, like our magic stat will increase equal to our level, which is a nice little boost that we're actually going to desperately need. And there you see I just kind of walked over a unloaded texture there, which is actually just realistically a skybox.
What is this?
I hate eggs.
Do we really want to know what's back there?
Anyway, who wants a boss fight? Found it.
Is that its face?
This one's really easy. We are just going to go the wrong direction first, but do our power EX into Armiger. And we're going to let this one roll out a bit. I'm going to get this position in, and then Armiger chain right into it. I'm going to miss a few of the attacks, which is unfortunate. Thankfully, I can just touch it with one Ragnarok Warp Strike there. No harm, no foul. We're going to lock onto this guy. This is actually a bit of a scripted fight. We'll see if we get super lucky or just regular luck here. We're just going to continue Warp Striking. Got to Warp Strike it twice, and then we're going to have to regroup as a party at a specified point, and then finally put the Marlboro down. Fight our way back here. And I'm going to try and gather these Marlboro Sprouts over here so they're out of our way when I need them to be. Get the instant cutscene skip. It's very unlikely. Didn't get it today. So I'm going to park myself in this corner over here. This is just far enough away, but it's also going to keep the enemies out of my peripheral, which is nice, as I want to target the main boss here. And I'm going to time this. We're going to try and get as close to frame perfect as we can without going over. It's much like The Price is Right, but with a Marlboro, I guess, and bad breath. And a 1, 2, 3. A little slow there, but you know, can't win them all.
Now, we've a fighting chance.
Nice.
Them just makes a mess. Better fry them.
And that is it for Chapter 10. We're going to lose a little bit of time here because I got super lucky on my world record. But we're going to keep it on, keeping on. Jumping through. And we've got the Katana of the Wanderer. Or Warrior, rather. We're going to cut Seam out. Yeah, it sounds like they choked big time. All right. So, we've been doing a lot of talking. Thankfully, in Chapter 11, we do have a bit more time for donations and plugs. And we will thank everyone for showing up and hanging out with us tonight. We do have a little bit more of this afterwards, probably. We're going to do some Yakuza Kiwami 2, and I'm going to try and sneak in some Persona 5 Royal afterwards. Just because, well, it was really, really bad. Like, so bad I don't think anyone watched the YouTube. Anyway, that's it for this chapter.
Yeah, well, let's roll. In that case...
Oh, very nice, Imp. Good job, good job. For those of you new to the stream, definitely feel free to join us in the Discord. Sundays and Tuesdays, we have Monster Hunter Community Day and Night, respectively. And on Saturday, we do Golf with Your Friends, Among Us, and 7 Days to Die. I think we have room for a couple more people in there. And if you want to catch up on our previous streams, world records, tutorials, moto vlogs, Femboy Feast, and casual playthroughs, definitely check out that YouTube. Awesome. Yeah, the Monster Hunter stuff is always open to like everyone. Like, I'm not a stickler on that. Other links to promote, shout outs to our coffee sponsor, Grinding Coffee Co. Delicious, delicious coffee. Treat yourself. And our friends up in Canada at nerdteas.ca. Really good pricing, especially if you convert it, because all their prices are listed in Canadian dollar. Great variety of tea. Absolutely delicious, fabulous customer service.
If they'll let me.
We're fortunate.
Okay, now we're going to do the whole thing, because this will be for marathon submissions. What other things do I have to pimp here? There is the merch link. I have shirts, tea mugs. And there's the Throne wish list if you want to dominate the cooking streams for multiple months at a time. Feel free.
I fell unconscious and was powerless to stop him.
I'm just glad you're alive.
Oh. Is someone else there?
Gladio.
Woo-wee!
Just came back. Where did he go anyway?
On a brief reconnaissance. Something caught my ear.
Hey, Captain.
Yeah.
Mission complete.
Splendid.
So what caught your ear?
Rumors of longer nights.
They've been growing longer day by day.
Good luck with the run. I still haven't figured out how you can be a cat and boy, but we'll always support the Kios.
Should this trend continue, before long,
there won't be daylight.
Well, it's not out of the question. The Empire's already slain half of the Six. No wonder the whole world's in disarray.
I guess.
And longer nights mean more demons.
Seen that with our own eyes.
I happened to overhear a fellow passenger discussing this very same phenomenon.
Pillow back on the back of my chair.
So he sent yours truly to seek him out.
Nice police work.
Well, don't want to keep him waiting.
Probably won't.
No, we don't.
Probably won't.
Back in a moment.
Sure.
At least I'm honest about the probably won't part. I'm not trying to hide it.
I can't deny it yet. All right. Would you rather drink Pilk or Pegnog? I'm very disturbed that the caption program knows both of those words.
Doesn't make any sense.
I think that's my favorite part is when like you say things that should confuse it and it's like, no, I got that, and things that shouldn't be that hard, it's like, what?
Mystery.
Anyway, hey, Arden's on the train.
What the hell are you doing here?
Lose by one? Ugh. No, Pegnog is Pepsi and eggnog. Pilk, there are actually two versions of Pilk. You can have pickle milk or Pepsi milk. Yeah, I'm excited for a lot of these reveals. I'm hoping the Mercedes car has a very large rainbow painted all over it. Knowing them, anything to agitate literally any country.
Cut it out. It's not safe. Plus, you're
anyway, in case those of you at home haven't noticed, Arden's using a very strange dialogue. That's weird. I've never heard Arden call us knocked or dude.
What are you after?
Anyway,
This doesn't sound like. I guess maybe he's been studying, slang to.
He's pulling a Rob Schneider. How do you do, fellow teenagers?
Of course I do. You can't talk your way out of this. You won't even let me.
Buscemi, how do you do, fellow kids?
Can't we talk for a sec? Never.
I mean, I guess, points for trying.
I mean, you do what you can, I guess. I understand it, that's for sure.
Still seems a little, odd that he just suddenly decided to do that.
Well, sometimes people change. Nice win,
Maybe he's not a bad guy after all.
Yeah, maybe not. He's a man of no importance.
Knocked. Are you okay?
No. Where's our...
Yes, in Portuguese. You were so not even close. caption program.
That would explain all this weird stuff.
You're trying your best, you're trying your best, but it's not great.
Ignis and Gladio went up to inspect
But it knows
the
Pill.
engine room.
It
I said the two of
absolutely
us go
knows
check
Pill.
out the rear. Yeah.
Anyway, the main thing that we're going to do this chapter is we're going to try and get into and out of combat as quickly as possible, and do what I call the loop, where we basically just blast through all the objectives as much as we can. We are in a time section where we are going to hope that we get as many drops as possible, with most of them being muscle stims or Magitek boosters. I'm actually in great shape on both, but I can always use more. We're gonna warp behind this guy because as we take him out, it does take about 5 seconds for his body to completely disappear into the aether. And unfortunately, we can't move past it.
How bad do you think it is?
One of these days, I'm gonna have my guitar plugged in, and y'all gonna make the Wonderwall joke, and I'm just gonna start playing it. And then who's gonna look like absolute fools, you fool? All right, so there's a muscle stem already. Game's giving us some late game love here. What? See it, Trent Court. You're a jerk anyway. You are so dumb. The other thing I want to make sure of is that my armature bar, well, wheel is completely full. We're going to need that for a fight at the end of next chapter. Otherwise, I'm in some very serious trouble. I don't know. I think we might do the no ring. I don't know. We could do no ring strats realistically, just to showcase it so I have it. I'll just list it as any percent with no ring marathon submission. Ooh, that is unfortunate. We actually got a flesh fortifier, which sounds like it would be really cool. It basically increases your defense. But unfortunately for me, it means that there's one more item in the menu. Also, that blindside link is also going to lose us a little bit of time here. Another muscle stem, so yeah, we'll probably do a no ring run. We'll say that we met that imaginary donation.
He's back on his feet.
I'll brush off my conversation about what that means when we get there.
Yep.
These guys look like trouble.
You know, I said maybe.
I'm waiting until we get there for you to decide if I explain that or not.
Yeah, that's gonna be the goal, Dan. Also, it's a lot easier to sell a category as like an any percent category than any percent all this weird stuff that I'd have to explain later.
Besides, RNG is fun.
You know it. Alright, that should be all I have to do. I'm just going to wait for this tank to load in right there. Literally just appeared out of thin air. My timing on this is impeccable, if not. Alright, so we're going to go through this, and then I have some of the trickiest, honestly low-key, some of the trickiest movement in the game here is getting the loop done quickly.
Come on! We're leaving!
Another muscle stem. I did not get as many Magitek boosters as I wanted, but we'll live.
How if we blow them up first? How's that now?
Yeah, they ran out of ammo or something. I don't know. And here we go. Welcome to the loop. Basically, I'm going to target the shock troopers as quickly as I can, and we're just going to warp strike in a big old loop. Hopefully getting done as quickly as possible. Perfect. Very fine camera movement here in order to get us exactly where we need to be, because you can pick the wrong targets. Things can get in your way. Thankfully, this is just absolutely clinical. and we out of here. Great job. Should be pretty consistent, right around 10-10 or less. Beautiful. I'm gonna go pee quick because I can.
Damn it. So, yeah. Well, Kyo goes. We're on top of the train because, you know, why not?
What's wrong? Ignis, you've got to stop this thing. Prompto fell off the train. I pushed him. I mean, Arden made me. I don't know where he is, but we can't leave him.
Stay calm, Noct. I'm as concerned for Prompto as you are, but stopping the train would endanger everyone on board. We'd be sitting ducks for the demons.
What do we do?
First, we drop the passengers off at Tenebrae.
The thing is,
what about
we have no
Prompto?
problems with being on top of the train in the middle of a cutscene.
It's probable he's no longer where we left him. In any case, he may try to contact us. Let us wait and hope for now. Can you make your way here? Gladios with me.
But we're gonna head into this tunnel,
at least?
and some enemies are gonna spawn.
Okay, on my way. I'll be there as soon as I take care of these stowaways.
Look at this. Perfect.
I know. And
things just got worse.
So, one of the things about all of these enemies, they have, you know, what looks like, some of them have what looks like wings, but they don't use them.
Yeah.
They're gonna run in a straight line. Well, if you look ahead, you'll notice that the train is not exactly going in a straight line. And therefore, in order to go from car to car, they've got to go across this tiny little pathway.
Yeah, you can't go off.
Yep. You do have to actually go across at that little spot. But because we're stuck with that limitation, so are the enemies. So we're going to get all the way up here and use the fact that A, they're going to go in a straight line, and B, there's not an easy straight line for them to get to us. Plant ourselves in this corner and just kind of watch. Occasionally, one does break through. That's why we are watching to take care of the one that breaks through. But most of the time, it's just a nice little break.
Can't take much more of this.
This is Prompto, just here to make a donation saying, dude, why the hell did you kick me off the train? Donation goes towards making the runner late for his next train. Thanks. I actually just repositioned my microphone a little bit, and I have to actually turn my gain down a little bit. There we go. But I should sound a lot better. Ha.
If I sat still, it would probably do a lot for me in microphone positioning, but I don't sit still.
Yeah, I hear you. Which makes the fact that I can get away with a dynamic mic absolutely insane. But sometimes. Oh, I doubt it's me, Lionheart. How are you, friend? Yo, Superi, thank you for the luck. Looks like one of them broke free. That's fine. We'll take this one down. I'll take the extra AP. We don't really need it, but it's there for the taking, so we may as well. Yeah, I actually did record some like, not super serious, but like recorded some voice lines today for like a little kind of review competition thing that was going on. But it'll put my name in front of some actual professional voice actors and actresses, so that's pretty neato.
Huh? What did you do to your eyes?
Oh, just a flesh
So
wound.
occasionally some of them break through.
I'm
not that much, and
afraid not.
Wow, that
But
sucks.
hey, look.
It's a cruel world.
Ah, she's
One of
so
our favorite
beautiful. I too am actually wearing leather pants today. Yeah. Well, they're not actual leather, but similar material.
Lost track of him.
Is he dead?
I like her
then quit moping,
a lot.
keep hoping. And in the meantime,
anyway, sorry, that's just a weird little camera glitch here that I do to try and get us moving a little bit faster.
So if it's not you, we think.
I would, if Square Enix was like, hey, do you want to voice act someone in Final Fantasy 16? But it's like going to be the most obscure and tiny role. I'd be like, hell yes. Are you kidding me? You don't even have to pay me. Just put my name in the credits. I would do that one pro bono.
You mentioned being part of the relief effort. We have a favor to ask.
Ask away.
Do it for
in light of what you've told
Yeah, true.
Look, you don't have to pay me, just, let me into the partner program.
Yeah, let me into the partner program. I promise I'll do you well. Guarantee it.
You know anyone?
I do. In fact, I know 2.
Anyway, we shall wait. Definitely a good time for donations and kind of a nice little plug for the marathon. You can put that right here. This is just a little story catch-up, and we're figuring out, well, who's going to drive the train? Because we are basically now taking the train to the Imperial capital, because all that's left is the crystal. If you haven't noticed, it's now nighttime at 1800. When the game started, we didn't get that symbol until about 2200, so... As mentioned in the game's dialogue during the intro to, I believe it was the last chapter, the nights have been getting shorter quite dramatically, and will continue to do so as the god's powers wane and the crystal strengthens. Anyway, that is the retainer of the House Fleuret. She's there basically giving us a little backstory about the one time we came here to spend time with Luna Freya as a child. Luna Freya is a little bit older than us, so that's kind of cool. Voice a goblin? Wow. Coming into my channel and trying to dunk on me like you aren't the Michael Jordan of needing to be topped, Kindred. It's a bold move. I hope that strategy pays off for you. Might have to have a word with Lania about your behavior. That'd be a shame. I actually was able to carry that run animation the entire way through. Normally you can't do that. I don't know how I got it. Anyway, this NPC up here once cost me the world record. Goodbye. All right, we're with our boys Biggs and Wedge again. They're going to offer us a little bit of...
Dining car's open if you need a break.
Begrudgingly tolerates it. That's a great description of my wife most days. I think she just begrudgingly tolerates me. But in the end, if that's not the actual definition of love, I don't know what is. What did I say the past 3 weeks about dunking on Lalafels? Take it somewhere else. Oh boy, almost time for a vape fill up. So we now are going to get on the train, which, hopefully we're just going to ride it right into the Imperial capital. Alphena, what could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. We're ready for this. We got it.
Yeah, it's all right. We're going to get in there, get the crystal, easy peasy, bing, bang, boom. Defeat Arden and call it a day. Real easy.
Nothing. Probably find Prompto somewhere along the way.
Oh, yeah, we'll probably find him somewhere. Oh, by the way, this is where Prompto's DLC starts. Ignis's is in the middle of Chapter 9 when the party splits up. I forgot to mention that one. I wanted to be continuous about it, but whoopsie doodles.
Ignis's is during the Leviathan fight.
Yep, Chapter 9. Right before it. Right before, during, and after.
Yep.
Anyway, we also get a secondary chance to roam the train, but thankfully, with patches, we're allowed to skip it.
There were patches that added time to this run, and there were patches that
none of them did. They added more content, and we still found a way to save time. We just got better.
Right, but I mean, like there were periods where like it got a little bit longer, but we were overall able to save time in the end.
Yep. That's a myth and lore question. I feel like that one's up your alley.
What?
Do you think Shiva got colder since she became a corpse, or did her presence always spell sub-zero meteorological disaster? I think her corpse, yeah.
It became colder with her corpse because
it's freezing.
Isn't
You better keep moving
dead,
to stay warm.
really?
The Glacian did this.
But because she broke free of her physical form, her power became uncontrollable.
For those of you that are curious, that face is actually attached to an entire full-size model.
Yes.
I'm doing this a little bit differently today. There we go. So this is a pretty easy fight. You just gotta basically, it's like kind of herding cats a little bit, but like, you know, you gotta get good at that some point in your life. What I'm doing here, Ragnarok and Icebrand. Remember I mentioned that we picked that weapon up because there are a lot of enemies we're gonna face. Then we're gonna clear everything out with that very nice Blizzard cast, except that dude who's just gonna be a jerk. Anyway, very interesting fight here now. This is the dreaded Deathclaw. We're gonna do max distance Ragnarok into Muscle Stem, into Armiger, into Armiger Chain, and hope all of our damage makes sense. I have a lot of Muscle Stems. We're in great shape. Like I said, we're just going to pretend we met that imaginary donation incentive, and we are going to do the, very fabulous no-ring strategy here. I pulled that off a little early. My damage calculation was slightly low, but that is okay.
Part of the way that you can actually see the shadows of the full body in different ways that you move around during that fight.
Yeah, it's really difficult sometimes to get that Armiger Chain off. It's not like an ability that you can guarantee. It's basically you have to like can't have anything at your back. You need to have the enemy right in front of you. Like it is very difficult. And as we do the no ring strat, I have to be very careful where I start the Armiger and Armiger Chain. Yeah, they patched that, unfortunately. I can find ways to get out of bounds, though, with zero camera bug.
It's just really neat little things that exist, and it's neat to know.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if anybody does have any other lore-related questions, let us know. If you have any questions about anything related to this game or this run, let us know.
Typical dialogue in game here.
Answering more questions.
As it turns out, Gentiana.
But her thoughts remain, and they must be known.
I knew she was one cool lady.
That's a bad joke, and you know it.
Yes, it is. I will make it every single freaking time, too. Not a bad chapter here.
It's not just
physical
her
cold
happening, but also because of the fact that she's no longer tied to a body. She's kind of out of, like, her power is kind of out of control. But actually right there, she's not the one manipulating the cold. It's 100% Arden manipulating the cold.
Being a jerk.
So he's not, Noctis isn't as much affected by Shiva's as he is by Arden manipulating it.
Anyway, I may have lied about the car. This is actually the last time you get the car, but we don't get to control the music or where we're driving. However, we will be introduced to one of the worst mechanics in the game, barrel collision. Barrels.
We trade the train for the regalia.
Come on! On my way!
Looked.
But now we're pretty much on the rails, literally and metaphorically. Well under an hour left in this. or well, a bit under an hour left in this. We got about probably 45 minutes.
Strap in.
Yeah. Gun it.
Threat upgraded.
Sealing
Activating
all
level
gates.
4 security measures. Sealing all gates.
I honked.
Put
All
the
right.
pedal to the metal.
I'm going to focus on driving. The goal is like a 46.4.
So,
where are we now?
Originally, this section was not bad at
On
all.
the train tracks.
Don't slow down.
And then
or they'll
they
catch
were
us
like,
up.
hey, you
Going as
know,
fast as I can. Hang on.
we want to make this a little bit more of a challenge. So they added in barrel collision. It's part of a patch. Do I remember the patch number? No, but I'm pretty sure it was the same one that was nice, so I want to say it's 1.14. But when they added in the barrel collision, it didn't completely make sense the way that they added it, because
What was that?
normally you would think you hit a barrel and just kind of moves you around a little bit. No, these barrels, if you tap them just right,
It'll
and
take
I
a
do
bit
mean
more than
tap,
that to stop his
kind of
majesty's
side swipe
trusty
a little
steed.
bit sometimes, and it causes it. It is quite
Dodging
possible for
one
the
thing
barrel
to
to
run
then
into
flip the
another.
car.
The regalia can take the punishment. Just focus on your driving.
They have mostly set
Get through this.
spawn points, but there's a couple, like, little bit of variation.
Unfortunately,
Like
I just clipped one, yeah.
Closing.
I tried. It was shifted a little bit further right than usual.
Yeah, like I said, they mostly have spots that we can go, it's gonna be there, and then occasionally
Are we seriously
they don't.
marching into the
Yeah,
capital?
that one just really seriously had collision. Sometimes, like, I could go back and hit that literally in the same spot in another run, and well, there's a chance that I might just drive straight through it. I've had instances where I've just hit the barrels and I've literally just come to a dead stop, or just nothing happens. Really weird.
Hey,
The barrels are kind of like the ongoing worst thing that none of us want to deal with in the run. Yeah, there's a lot of them that you really can't even dodge, and I had a run a long time ago that there was no dodging. It was like a line of barrels, it felt like, but there was no dodging it. I hit it and it went car off the entire map, and there's nothing you can do. Most of the time you don't have it that bad, but occasionally.
Yep.
Go up.
All right, so we're going to take the Gladio route because it's still normal difficulty. It's just the suggestion that this is much easier. This was also introduced right around the time as the episode Gladio DLC to kind of give you a little taste of how it was going to play. It also gives you the other side of the story. Noctis's area is also very difficult, and if you don't really have a nice bunch of items stockpiled, is very, very difficult, almost unbeatable for some players unless you're speedrunner.
I give them a lot of credit.
It's also very confusing. Like it's a bunch of puzzles smashed into one. It's good when you figure it out. It's good, but like very, very different. You also get a different side of the story as well, which is really nice.
They did a really good job when they introduced this route of not making it just feel like another option, but by doing both, you get the full story.
Mm-hmm.
And they put these pieces of the lore here and pieces of the lore there. There's some that are in both,
Proceed with caution.
but overall, you kind of need both routes to get the entire picture.
Mm-hmm.
This game is riddled with lots of tiny pieces of lore that.
Hold up.
The cutscenes are pretty dope too.
Wherever it is, it's a mess. Watch
And they're
your
also
step.
different per, which is really nice.
Yeah, and then the DLC has so much extra lore. Just, I gotta get my hands on the book here soon.
Yeah, me too.
Which may help us.
Looks like Arden bought himself some time.
Then we've none to waste. We need to find Noct before he does.
Very nice, very nice. All right. coming up, we do have an interesting combat mechanic for Gladio. It is something called Rage, which I am going to attempt to fill up as much as I can in order to increase our damage output against the dreaded Foros, who is a horrible mutated form of the old Emperor Ideolus.
Not over here.
Might be something bad. So Gladio's rage mechanic functions on Harry.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for us to kind of charge up his rage meter, we're gonna have to get into a combat and hopefully parry enough attacks as quickly as possible to get it all the way charged up before we go into the fight. Sounds easy enough, I know. It's not as easy as it sounds.
It is not.
And most likely where Noct is headed as we speak.
Arden's just playing games. He's currently pretty much immortal. Yep, mistimed that one. Also, if you notice, I tried to parry the dude that didn't have a weapon. That didn't work out well. They have to have a weapon, and sometimes you can blow all of their weapons off, and then you're kind of like out of luck. All right, so the goal is to try and get Foros done in 2 cycles or less. It's very luck dependent, very damage roll dependent, but we will see what happens. 1, 2. Nice crits here.
Dad, I love you.
Thanks, Dad. Give it to me. There we go.
One of the things about Foros that we really don't like is that he teleports wherever he wants to in the battlefield.
I'm going to be short here. It's going to be a 4 cycle unless he sticks.
So we're trying to kind of get as much damage out, and there's a couple things you can do to kind of manipulate the cycle, but...
The other thing that helps is if Ignis actually lands 1 attack. If Ignis lands an attack, he'll get stunned and go into vulnerable mode immediately. Yep, Chris's birthday tomorrow. What's up?
Hang in there, Noct.
Doing what? Why?
Wrong way. Keep going a little closer.
Can we find a hotel for cheaper than $200? That seems like a lot of work.
Why don't you come and for yourself?
Oh, that's fine. I think we'll be fine, to be honest.
So to answer the question, why does Arden help as much as he hinders? Because Arden's actual goal... It's a raid!
Yo, thank you for the raid, Corvette. How are you? Sorry, we're having a little sidebar. So our apartment complex doesn't have heat for the rest of the night. And we have a very, very elderly lady who's not in the best of health that's down the hall. So Shelby's just gonna go check on her, make sure like she's aware, and if we need to get her a hotel or something, we can get it taken care of.
Never hurt anyone.
Yeah.
On you go.
Take care of those things.
Yeah, it's all good. Yo, thank you for the raid as well, Corvette. Just doing a little bit of marathon practice here with some commentary with Alphena, just so we have stuff ready for submission season. And, you know, I think it'd be something cool to put up to YouTube, just kind of give people an idea of what this game is like as a marathon. And to give people that are just getting into speedruns and want to start doing marathons, like how to treat a game, how to interact with their chat, etc., etc. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. So yeah, the Arden helps as much as he hinders because Arden's actual goal here, and I'm trying to not completely spoil the Arden DLC as I get into all of this.
Revenge.
Yeah. Basically, Arden needs Noct to be fully powered up by all of the gods
After we were
and the
separated,
crystal,
we received help.
so that Noct has the
From the usual
ability
suspect.
to kill him.
The bastard's playing with us. But
yep.
At least we're together.
Because Arden's actual goal is to die.
Reunited with your retainers at last.
Because he's been alive for literally centuries and centuries. Probably almost millennia at this point.
And tortured for a good portion.
Mm-hmm.
He's just done with
find
it.
your dear Prompto soon.
So he helps because he needs them to do these things to meet his goals.
Yeah.
He hinders because at the same time it's his nature. Well, nature's the wrong word.
Nature versus nurture?
It brings him entertainment to kind of hinder it along the way. But he also is testing Noct. He needs Noct to be strong enough.
You all right?
Are you hurt?
How does revenge factor into it? Long story short, Arden got screwed over by one of the Luci. And he basically is enacting revenge.
Were you worried about me?
Yeah.
Of course I was. What kind of question is that?
Of course. That's why you came. Like I believed you would.
Prompto.
That's why I told myself I couldn't die.
Yeah.
Not until I could see you.
Play the Arden DLC. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is pretty dope.
Then I'm the real me.
And I hope you had a great time with Persona 5 Royal Corvette. Thanks for swinging by. Right. So, we are now on the Noctis path. We're actually going to see the first and only use of this trick in the speedrun. Oh, who did you call in? Okay. This is the stamina refresh trick. Boop. This is literally the only time we'll use it in the but if you notice, we haven't been jumping most of this chapter. There's actually a reason for that. Jumping for some reason is incredibly slow because we've had all of our weapons and magical ability taken away. I was literally a couple of frames early there. By this nasty thing.
It's here. This thing's
And some quick menuing here. We're going to bring back that Andara. We're going to introduce our friends to the Trident of the Oracle, the best sword. I'm actually going to swap this over for Armiger Accelerator. Y'all wanted no ring? Here we go. We'll give you the no ring.
New friend?
And I'm just going to make a mad dash through this area, just basically getting into and out of combat as quickly as possible. You'll be seeing us using all the tricks that I've assembled in my arsenal, including the camera glitching, magic casting. I'm going to actually be linking a couple of encounters together if my movement is quick enough, which is also really neato. So I will give you the keys for the commentary for the time being as I get through this until I get to restock ring.
Yeah. Somebody here's got to fight to rescue
There's not
Crystal.
that much really.
Talk about this.
Until we get there.
You can talk about the Trident. There's our quick cast.
Trident's cooler to talk about. Like, I mean, we're seeing it a little bit right now, but like,
Yeah, if we're doing no
We
ring
really
strats, we can
appreciate
really
it.
explain it. Really interesting note here. I have to get this Reaper down, and then the Axeman to get the rest of the Reaper spawn. Okay, there is us actually running out of health because of the royal weapons, the royal arms. I'm basically just waiting for this to back up. There it is. That should clear the rest of the room. We'll straighten out. All this is just about being as efficient with movement as I possibly can. We're going to grab our last set of little magic here. This is basically the last room you can really restock. Well, that was the case until Royal Edition, which we are playing, where you have shops and like a whole area underneath of Insomnia. But I'm only interested in Lightning, which looks like I have good rolls for that. And then this ice, where it looks like my rolls are also equal. 88 for both, very nice.
Hey, buddy.
And we're gonna do some, oops, over there, elemency. We're gonna make our ice magic first. This will be the final magic we make for the game. That's gonna be that. Very nice Blizzara there. Store that. And this is gonna get equipped right here. Oops, on over. And we're gonna swap this over for the Garnet Bracelet.
Could you try to stick together?
Realistically, I am close enough. We're gonna do no ring strats. So we're not gonna use the ring on Ravis, which generally is a little bit faster. Instead, we're gonna do the more technical and, in my opinion, much more challenging and fun way. Unfortunately, here it looks like I'm gonna have to clean up this Alberic in the back corner. And this is going to go to the Blizzara now. And we're going to equip the Sword of the Father, which is really weird. I'm not actually going to attack with it. I actually am going to be using it for positioning to start the next fight, which is pretty neato. Anyway, this is the no ring strat for Ravis. We're basically going to eat as many of our muscle stims as we can. We're going to be abusing that wonderful magic we've created. And we're going to abuse Armiger and Armiger Chain and hopefully get some serious damage in. Jump is stored in the X button. So 1, 2, get us right in. And I'm going to immediately start in. I just want to basically see that he's staying in the same spot, which he is. Then we're going to start absolutely grabbing the muscle stem. You'll actually see, oh, that he is a jerk and conned me. But we're going to see a lot of jump warps here. And I'm looking for a little physical sign as to when I should be healing and when I should be using Armiger. Right there, he starts to stagger. I'm going to go into Armiger here. And I believe, not lucky enough. Was hopefully going to get, I need him to not be on that ball. Oh. Still able to pull it off, thankfully. Sometimes when Ravis is that close to the wall, it prevents you from having the ability to pull off that Armiger Chain, so I had to reposition myself really quickly. I also used a Superior Restorative earlier in order to not have to heal and instead just continue to do damage. I'm looking that Gladio is the only person up, so I'm actually going to stop jumping here in order to grab a few normal blind sides, which do have increased damage. The main reason... Oh, oops. There we go. High Elixir. Overcalculated my damage here a little bit, and I'm also pinned in a corner. Like, literally, I can't actually move. Ravis, you're being a jerk. But pretty easy fight there. Nothing super perfect, but I think it takes a lot more skill. And because of the no-ring incentive, we've also unlocked no-ring Ifrit, which is a very, very fun fight. I personally enjoy it, and I think it's just absolutely terrific. Oh, a lot of skill and timing.
The ring strats, if we were using those, basically would have been use this ability and RNG hope that we get the one-shot dead.
Yep, it's like a 5% chance, so it's not incredibly awful unless my luck's really on the bad ones.
And sometimes
it is.
It's great. Sometimes everything's fine. Other times it's
our only chance.
Why are we doing this? Who would do this to themselves?
Me. It's me. I would do this to myself. Alright. I intentionally put myself into the back corner there to avoid these Iron Giants. They have a gravity ability that is right there, and just... Jesus. Will lose you incredible amounts of time. Thankfully, it didn't happen once I was on the elevator. You can get sucked out of the elevator, and then you have to do another cycle for the elevator to come back up. Unfortunately, gonna lose time there for that shenanigans, but I was able to fight my way out of it, thankfully, and not lose a tremendous amount of time. But it's a lot less likely if you hang back like I did. I think I just left a wee bit early. Anyway, we have now abandoned our friends in order to make it to the crystal.
If you wish to obtain the crystal's power, you must be prepared to lose all
unfortunately for us, well,
die on me.
I am going to take a little commentary break. We have a cool cutscene here. This is definitely a great chance for those, you know, very near the end of the run donations and marathon plugs as I kind of wait for everything to circle around here. It also catches you up on the story, and we realize that Bahamut is a big, old, tremendous jerk, and everything is his fault.
Yeah, 100% everything is Bahamut's fault.
Crystal had better be here.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. No one really knew what was going to happen to Noctis. Like, it was, everyone was basically just guesswork, you know?
Your journey is over, Noct.
Noct, I think Noct was just hoping it would give him whatever he needed to save his people, what was left of his people. Well, I mean, because he was kind of seeking it out before the whole darkness thing was setting in. A little bit of it is, you know, you had the whole headaches coming from Titan, and he basically got word from Gatiana that Luna Freya wants the power of 6, so he's like, alright, well, if Luna wants this, there's probably a good reason, and I trust her, so I'm gonna go do that.
Elusively the savior who could cure the afflicted. His body would come to host myriad demons.
So I don't think really Noct knew what was gonna happen, but he trusted Luna.
Chosen by the crystal, ostracized and demonized this healer.
Yeah, it was real. It's no one's really sure what happened until it happened.
I gave you my name earlier, but you should know that it was not the name given to me at birth. Arden Lucis Kylum is my proper name.
Not so much, and because you would actually have to restart the entire timer, and so no.
Yeah. Satisfaction. Play the crystal's power. Arise as its champion. Only once the crystal.
You would think it'd be easy to swap splits, but it is not.
I'd have to be running 2 at the same time, and that's not accurate.
Yeah.
Come back soon. I shall keep your friends company to you.
It's a shield.
The fact that Meatloaf said if I die, I die, and then died, has turned this into a comedy event, actually. I no longer feel bad. True, true, true.
Doesn't who get what he wants? Does Arden get what he wants in Nepsodictus? There's no way. Nobody there would have the power.
Gather strength.
Arden knows exactly what it will take for him to die.
And here's Bahamut being a tremendous jerk.
Mortal accursed be banished, and the light restored to this world.
Nothing.
Kinda. I would not say that Bahamut is good in this one.
No, Bahamut's an incredible jerk. The whole reason this stuff has gone on is because of Bahamut.
It waxes full.
Anyway, no ring, losing us about a minute here. That's okay. Definitely worth it. Thanks for getting those fake donations in, y'all. Really appreciate it. My virtual wallet is still floating butterflies. It's crazy that it's just still under a 1405, basically a 1405.
Fucking thing sucks.
That's
Yeah.
Female Elements didn't like you. Try the throne. To be fair, Dan can now literally just get his own cooking vote for literally like the next 8 years. I'll just show up to Dan's house and start cooking. He'll tell me to leave eventually. Nah, don't worry about it. Hey, we got the cutscenes. Awesome. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's only good. Great cutscene skip there prevents me from having to stop and interact with things. And you'll notice that I'm going to be able to warp strike for quite some time because we're actually continuously in combat. Oh, that was very, very rude. Eating a warp strike pinching me between the wall.
Those hobgoblins are no joke.
Yeah, they're very bulky, believe it. There we go. I still have a
pushed me around before.
Oh, they'll push you around no matter what. Very strong. Especially their upgraded cousins, the Busimon. Yeah, that's actually the name. The Busimon in Paso Mark and a few other places in the game. Anyway, we now have to reunite with everyone, so I guess we're going back to Hammerhead. It's going to be a really, really long one. If we're at Golden Key, we don't have the car. It's about, I want to say like 2 or 3 miles in here. We get up on the road here and investigate, see what's going on. Oh, Umbra's going to alert us to something coming. Oh, it's a vehicle. And it's got the demon, the anti-demon headlight. Hey, is that Talcott? Wow. All right, here it is. This is pretty much your last chance for donations and plugging the marathon. Get about a minute break here, and from pretty much here on in, it'll be a boss rush. You can definitely ask to sneak donations in. We could probably sneak 1 or 2 in as we go through the bosses or the ending cutscenes. But this is pretty lock, stock, and barrel.
But they take a lot of trips to Hammerhead.
And Quinn, I guess it's kind of a
back at the garage
because
she's a tough
Bahamut
one,
basically tells you that
when she needs a little extra muscle out on the road,
he knew what he was doing and orchestrated this
which,
situation.
The guys said they're near Hammerhead right now,
since
so we'll be meeting them
before
there.
Arden was born.
You know, ever since you disappeared, Your Majesty, it's been nothing but nighttime nonstop. Lestalem still has light thanks to the power plant, so just about everyone's taken refuge there.
Only there.
And by the way,
Everywhere else has
he
been
doesn't have a
abandoned.
reason other
Demons
than
moved in, forcing the people to move out. People still swing by the garage at Hammerhead from time to time, but it usually isn't for repairs. These days, it's less of a service station and more of a Slayer station.
Because he does not promise that it won't happen
the garage
again.
is still open though. One of the few places.
Or that the
that is.
demons are completely gone. If you actually pay attention to everything, he doesn't promise that this is going to fix all the problems. It's just going to fix the right now problem
Just not as hard as before.
that he started
He hasn't really been himself
forever
lately.
ago.
At least not since he moved out to Lestalem. Someone suggested he move the garage there too, but old man Sid wasn't having it. He called it a big fat chocobo
I'm not
turd
sure
of an idea.
if I would say
Said it just
Arden
wouldn't be
is
same
the
anywhere else.
most petty thing.
Sounds like Sid, all right.
Miss Cindy said she didn't mind
Yes,
either way.
he wants
So the
revenge
garage
and
would probably
everything,
stay
but
put for a while, and without any
he's
tinkering
kind
to
of
do,
got good reason.
Ignis's gourmet
And in the
seafood
end,
is
all
about
he really
Sid
wants
has left to look forward to.
is to not be around anymore,
All the
and
demons prowling
he only
around,
has one
more
way
folk
to
were
fix
getting
that.
hurt, or worse.
It's not so
Iris
much
talked the marshal into
petty
taking
as
out
it
the demons
is.
themselves. Iris the Demon Slayer, they call her. Gladio and the others, they lend him a hand whenever they can. Prompto spends most of his time hunting around
First time
Hammerhead.
viewer, 23rd time donator. I just want to say that Reliant23 smells funny. He's kind of cool, but in that weird way, like your uncle.
We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He said if anything,
Donation
he's more used
incentive
to the darkness than we are.
to having good taste.
I'm afraid not.
Sorry, I
But
didn't learn to
that being
read
said,
until very
he
recently.
survived
I hope I
pretty
did
well on
that
his
right.
own. Gladio and Prompto usually hunt on their own as well. It isn't often you see the three of them together nowadays. They still work as a
So,
team every once in a while.
Arden
but each has his own set
has
of
the
tasks to keep them
ability
busy.
to absorb demonic power and use it. And now this seems like, oh yeah, it's a great villain ability.
You've arrived, Your Majesty.
When he
Everyone will be
was
so happy to see you.
young,
Don't worry.
before he
I
was
won't be
betrayed,
going anywhere. If you have any other
he
questions,
used this a lot like how we
please
see
don't hesitate to ask.
Luna Freya as the Oracle working to heal people. He was a good guy. He was a healer.
And then got Angie.
Yeah,
All right, I'm hungry. What about you?
always hungry.
All right. Well, time for our last meal together. It's been a while since I have had myself a meal. And it's been a while. Oh, wait, never mind. Wrong song. Anyway, we're going to have some more of that plump and pungent tofu. It's going to be delicious.
Bahamut is not the reason that he got betrayed. Bahamut gave him that power to heal people. Bahamut also realized that it's, quite strong.
Ooh, ooh, that's a stiff beverage. Hey, are you still watching NCIS? All right, welcome to the prolonged boss rush. This is pretty much a mad dash to the end from here, pretty much all the way up to the Tokyo Daimon Citadel. We're going to be lucky and get this Nagaroni in the right spot, sneak off an extra warp strike, and sneaky encounter in. But our goal is to basically get to the top of that tower, hell or high water, as quickly as possible. We're going to pass the cutest named enemy, the Hoplomachus. You'd never guess what it does. It hops around. The reason why we swapped over to the air step sword is, well, the reason you're seeing there. Dash this elixir in. I'm going to manipulate the camera. Unfortunately, I can't break out of this. This is one of the rare scenes where you're actually kind of locked in, so I can't use any of my normal camera trickery. But we do have some quick menuing coming up. Cesar, what's going on? We're just doing some marathon commentary practice. Ascension, this is all about the technique. Don't sweat it. We're going to get enhancement for Ignis, which is honestly the most insanely broken and fabulous technique. We're going to be able to change to Ignis, and we're going to go to change to Gladio. I'm going to re-equip the party, and we are going to get right in. What's up, Poppy? Righty. Print cast on that one. This is going to go down to Tech Turbocharger. I'll need that for later. I'll explain it when we get there. And Ignis needs enhancement, and Prompto is there. Let's get right in. How am I doing that? Welcome to being a speedrunner. I literally have Twitter up all the time. You'd be surprised. I've done so many marathon runs while like interacting with chat or being on the Twitter, reading news stories. It just be what it be. I am gonna actually save Elixir here, and then we'll Magitek Booster through the end. But welcome to the Ahriman fight. This one is a little bit easier. You just kind of have to hope that everyone's damage is in check. It looked a little low there. We're going to break into our nice stash of Magitek Boosters. Yeah, we're doing something special today. I'm getting my marathon submissions ready ahead of time with additional commentary. We got our friend Alphena here as well. Pretty easy fight there.
You all right?
And I'm going to swap this over to the air step sword, well, rather back to the air step sword. Pretty easy, pretty clean. Y'all know Poppy, check them out. Fabulous streamer, content creator. You think I'm wacky? Take a look at that.
We wanted to do what we could to make sure everything was in order.
Yeah, well, historically there are a lot of iterations of Ahriman within the Final Fantasy series. Like the Final Fantasy 12 Ahriman is like a weird cryptic ghost. It's one of its forms looks like an evil eye. In this version, it's bugs.
We're stationed just
Oh, I am. I'm insufferable on my best of days. Couple little stats. I love my Keck W. What are you on about? We're gonna bring it back again to our favorite little skip here, the camera skip. And I actually might be able, this is a pixel perfect, frame perfect trick here if we can pull it off. There is actually a warp strike I can do. I set it up just right. I think I was slightly off. I used to, as a joke, I used to have Ayaya come up as ban me please, which is also really good. All right, so we're gonna make our way now. Basically, Core gave us the keys to the city, and I guess physically and, you know, kind of metaphorically, to take our rampage and revenge out on the city, and we will do so. I forgot how many Magitek boosters I have. Okay, so I have one for Arden. I'll save one for Serby. I'll just swap over up Elixir on that one. Now, our goal is to get to the Citadel. I'm going to be ignoring pretty much every single piece of combat I can get into here. I'm actually going to take this high Elixir because it's a little bit less movement for me in menu. Forgetting very old chat commands, huh?
You know how long it's been since I've used
I
that
know.
one?
We're going to swap over to Ragnarok here. Get ready for the fight. This is Cerberus. Things can go kind of really weird here. That's one of the things that can happen. Unfortunately, Cerberus can decide to actually exit the arena here, like it just did. And technically it won't count as in combat. There's really nothing I can do here because it decided to just ignore my blocked parry combo. So we're going to lose a good bit of time here, unfortunately. It is what it is. I'm just going to have to make the best of it here. My goal is to continue to stay targeted on the upper part of the body. I do not want to hit its feet in this phase, or while it's moving too quickly. That will result in serious problems. Unfortunately, the way this phasing is working out, I'm not going to be able to Magitek Booster through it. We're just going to keep an eye on its movements here. I'm just going to hit it there and try and go for the triple. And looks like I stuffed it as it's moving, knocked over. We're going to finish this fight with the Trident, which as you can see is just absolutely destroying it. Ragnarok is now going to get swapped out for Exo the Conqueror. If I want to flex, I can take off the Magitek Exo Suit. I'm not sure why I would, but I could definitely do it at like a hard mode thing. Maybe I could bait Chad into some more fun that way. Anyway, this run is now very, very, very quickly spiraling out of control. It's actually not for a marathon run plus commentary being about 2 minutes behind with some incredibly bad luck. And a few, well, that's actually never happened before moments. I will take it. It's a very, very solid submission. It's time for my favorite joke of the run now. This run is so bad. Alphena, do you have another 4 hours? I'd like to reset if you don't.
Doing anything else?
Really doing anything else.
Just you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm going to reset.
Cool. I don't sleep anyway.
All right, we're reset it. Here we go. From the top, everybody. Just kidding. You weren't paying attention. We're wearing different clothes. We've come full circle from roughly 4 hours ago. Yeah, 4-hour reset incentive at 2 cents. Well, here's my 10 cents. My 2 cents is free. I still think the biggest L is Eminem being a crypto bro now. All right, real quick, would you rather be a crypto bro or a brony? And like you have to like really be adamant about it. It's not just like, oh yeah, on the side I'm a brony. Or it's like you have to be like all about it every day, all about it.
Hey. Stop causing me pain.
All I know is pain. 10-hour remix by Flies. Anyway, this is Ifrit. Thanks to your fake imaginary donations, I'm going to do this without the ring as well. I'm going to take this muscle stim here. And we have enhancement, right? Enhancement's great. It actually gives us iframes, and I'm going to avoid getting picked up by Ifrit here, and we're going to just absolutely melt the final boss here. You can tell that food that we ate really, really paying off. Just gone. Entire health bar absolutely gone. So quick, I actually have to wait for the prompt. But yeah, feel free to interact with us as usual. I love talking my way through this game. Gives me something to do, gives me something to read, and lets people know that, yeah, I can just do this all day, every day, 4 hours of it. Really quick change here. We're going to swap over to Thundara because Fierce is weak to it. I'm also going to put the Garnet Bracelet back on. I have no need to do any other skills. So the Tech Turbocharger is kind of useless when we basically get a free little way to take some extra damage out on the boss. This one, I have to be very careful of its HP levels. My main goal is to get into combat here. I'm probably going to do the Muscle Stim strat here, just because I have so many of them. And I'm going to hopefully grab aggro. And I want to get him down to about 75 to 70% of his HP. So I don't have aggro right now. I'm going to have to manually position myself. That looks great. Find the shadow, which is right. I barely got under that. He drifted really far. I'm going to take this elixir early because I have like no health. And he's going to eat this Quint Cast, and I'm going to melt the rest of his HP bar. I want to leave just a little bit on here, if possible. And then we're going to swap to Gladio here to get the last hit and trigger this, basically skipping his entire shield phase. Hopefully we don't get the dreaded double cutscene. I did not get the double cutscene for once. I'm one of the only runners this happens to, but occasionally I have to do this cutscene twice for whatever reason. I think, honestly, I'm just doing it so fast that the game doesn't recognize that it's been 1 week since you looked at me. No, that I've completed the boss, so it, like, really gets cranky. Nope, we're still gonna...
So the second time when you do it with the cutscene, there's no boss, it's just...
Yeah, and I intentionally failed a quick time event, so it ends quicker. Unfortunately, we got unlucky. The game just really has no idea what's going on. This game gets really, really weird. Generally, for me, that's a sign that I should do a reinstall, and then I'll like drag my feet on doing it for like months until I just like, oh, I'll do it.
He's expecting company.
And complain the entire time that it keeps doing more and more weird stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Huh. Sure looks like it.
He is really...
All right, let's have a good rogue. So the interesting thing about rogue is this is what scares a lot of people from the run. This fight can be 2 minutes, or it can literally be 10 minutes. It is what it is. You get what you get. You roll the dice no matter what.
The throne room.
Yeah. Swan posted my new art.
And so does Arden.
And by the way, if you played the day one version of this game, you're probably like, I don't remember all of these bosses. Yeah, we know.
Welcome to Royal or Windows Edition. And this boss rush will take it out of you. It is very intense. Like, knowing that a lot of the times I had runs that were on world record or close to world record pace that could have just ended here is terrifying. But you'll see how bad this can get. I'm going to immediately muscle stim to hopefully lock her in place. Looks like we got 4 out of 5, which is really good. My next goal is to push until right there. Awesome. I'm going to menu over really quick. I'm going to get actually set up for the next fight and heal myself really quick. Rogue so far has been very generous. So now my next goal is to try and get her to stay in the arena. All right, come back. Perfect. All right, so this is the backup strat where she's basically now just going to stay here because she'll be vulnerable. And I'm going to try and time this so that I can cast this magic and finish with magic selected. Okay, yeah. So I actually did the damage I needed. It just, the game needed to catch up really quick. So now I'm going to finish this as Prompto once she stops moving. Yes, this gunfight is a lot more difficult than it looks as well. There we go. Not bad at all. You know what's crazy is this would have been a gold by about 15 seconds if we wouldn't have gotten the double cutscene. Like, seriously, that was insanely fast. That is, like, literally the best you can get. If only we wouldn't have gotten double cutscene, that would have been like a 220. I think my golden no ring is like a 224. That was like just barely a 240. But the reason I wanted to end with Magic is because that haul is so tight that Magic is the perfect amount for it, and also I can just open the fight with it. We're going to immediately swap to Ignis. For some reason, the Mystic is weak to fire. Good news for us, Ignis here does elemental damage and has fire right on access. So the goal here is to get our total clarity bar completely filled so we can use this in the second round. He won't be able to warp anywhere, which is nice. First phase down, going into the second phase here. 1, 2, and a 1, 2. Perfect, perfect. And we're just going to do the same thing again, but based on how much damage we do early, we will figure out if we are going to do 3, 4, or 3, 6. Magic's up. Looks like both hit. And we are back as Ignis. Immediately get back into it. I need to read how he is staying. Looks like he's going to stay on the ground here, which is really good. So both of our Magics hit. 3, 6. I'm just going to do total clarity right into it. And he is just going to get absolutely turfed into the ground. Whew. That was absolutely wonderful. Next up, we have the final photo incentive, which y'all imaginarily bid on. I didn't save any of the photos. That adds like an additional 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes to the run total. Probably a little bit less. It's just me getting used to not mashing through the chapters. But this is also a really, really good one here. Iris better of one? No way. Yep. I'm really annoyed that we got double cutscenes skipped. All right. So next up, I'm going to do a menu. I'm going to grab an ability called Point Blank Warp Strike, which literally I do maximum damage point blank. We do have a really cool Arden strat that was developed by one of the JP runners, where what I'm going to do is actually, Arden's HP pool is 2 phases. What I'm going to do is convince the game that I've burned through both of them by just continually attacking him. And it is going to be very interesting to show off here. That's it. That's all I need to do. So what I'm going to do is I saved a Muscle Stim and a Magitek Booster. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open with Magic, and I'm just immediately going to start Warp Striking into Arden. I'm going to keep Warp Striking, and eventually you'll see me stop for a second, and his HP bar will refill. And then I will immediately continue Warp Striking until just before he is out of HP. What this is going to do is it's going to skip the second phase of the fight, which is the most dangerous. Even if you're wearing the Magitek Exo Suit, Arden can kill you. Now, if you remember, I have not bought any Phoenix Downs the entire run, so I have to get this trick, otherwise I can game over here, and it is very sad and depressing. The other thing I have to look out for is occasionally you can get a summon, and that'll lose you 30 seconds and or potentially the run because it messes with the actual skip itself because of like the programming. So we're just going to roll into this, cross our fingers, and execute as best as we can. This is your last chance for donations, fake marathon plugs. But I am head down and into it. Alphena, if you want to commentate how we do it, how it looks, feel free. But I am in there.
I mean, you've pretty much explained the majority of how this fight is supposed to go and what we're trying to do. So it's kind of just a nice sit back and watch it all happen.
No summon. I'm going to go Magitek Booster first. Get another one in, and then Muscle Stim. Mainly, I don't want to let up on him or give him a chance to even start moving, because once he does, that's when things can get really weird. Okay, there's the HP bar refill. He moved away from me. My timing was a little bit off, but we're still looking good. And I'm basically going to try and warp away within the next couple of hits. This one. And this is going to give us 2.3. So this is going to give us the last glitch of the game. It's called Damage Storage Glitch. You'll notice that this Warp Strike is going to do 2.3 times damage, even though it should have completely reset. It's a really neat trick that we used to try and set up and abuse. But, you know, with the new strat, we don't even have to do it. Arden's going to stand up right into the end of this. Perfect. We have a couple of quick time events, and time is going to be in a few seconds here. Very, very, very clean Arden. No real complaints, but this has been Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition. Any percent with the no ring incentive coming in at a nice 4:13:20.96. So just a little bit over a minute from world record.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a good run.
And for the quick question of anybody that has that, hey, there's another button pressed because I know this game. Yeah, except you don't have to hit that button, and that's why time is where it's at.
Now it is over, Majesty. What
Neat little fact. Just
will you do? Banish the demons and bring peace?
Woo-wee!
Me from history.
I can't miss out on any of my neat little facts that I have.
Yeah.
This time.
Also, at this point, I don't think I shouted out Yoko Shimomura for absolutely destroying this soundtrack, as well as the voice acting cast. Just absolutely crushing it. Darren DePaul as Arden was probably one of the better choices, in my opinion. Just very snarky, very smug, very not just like, oh, his voice is very deep and gravelly, but he has a very heavy voice. Like he carries the weight.
And the attitude. You gotta have the attitude as Arden. I don't know what you were going to do because I am not inside your head, and nor do I want to be.
I was checking on Bug-A-Go. They're still in chapter 12. Woo! Got a while to go there.
Yeah. Here we are.
It's all you.
It's all good. We'll do some runs of this tomorrow, too. But yeah, for those of you that enjoyed it, thank you.
No turning back now.
There we go. I dropped the stream marker there. Anyway, hi, we are back to normal. If you're interested in this more, definitely check out the Discord. Definitely check out